Welcome to the definitive guide on building conversational flow agents in Retell AI. Everything in this video comes straight from production grade agents I've built for real companies. So whether you're just starting out or you've been shipping voice agents for months, this is the video you need. By the end of it, you will be able to build production grade conversational flow agents in Retell AI. To be specific, this is exactly what you will learn by the end of this video. You'll know when to use conversational flow versus when to use single prompt. You'll learn every single node plus all of the node level settings. You'll also learn all the transition types, equation-based and prompt-based. You'll learn how to prompt nodes and the global prompt. You'll learn library and agent components and the difference. You'll learn when to use rigid mode versus flex mode and how they actually work under the hood. You'll learn about functions, node-based and agent-based. You'll also learn how to test nodes and, of course, all of the transitions that come along with it. You'll learn how to develop your first simple flow agent from scratch. You'll learn how to begin using Claude Code to develop production-grade conversational flow agents. You'll also learn how I give conversational flow ability to my Claude Code sessions. You'll learn how to design a flow wireframe with Claude Code. You'll learn how to iterate flow agents with Claude Code. And then also, you'll learn how to create automations directly with Claude Code as opposed to using edit-n or make.com. You'll then learn how to connect those automations to your conversational flow agent. And lastly, you'll learn how I batch test conversational flow agents directly with Claude Code. There are two agents we will be building in this video, and the first one will be a simple conversational flow agent, and the next one will actually be a production grade agent that will be augmented by Claude Code. I think that the best way to learn is by doing, and so that's why I've structured this course to be very hands-on. So starting off with when to use conversational flow versus single prompt, and I think this is one of the biggest hangups most people face, but I think the most important thing to understand is there's a difference between agent-led conversations and caller-led conversations. What do I mean by this? Well, oftentimes where you have a receptionist who's picking up the phone, in most cases, that caller is calling to ask a certain question. Maybe it's about pricing, maybe because they left a wallet at the front desk. It could be anything. Now, whenever the agent is in a reactionary state, single prompt agents tend to do a lot better because that's the nature of the unpredictability of what a caller might bring up. So in typical agents where you have a receptionist at the front desk that could be called about literally anything, or maybe even you have a sales agent that needs to be very agile in its response to the callers on the fly, or maybe even a support assistant, depending on how unstructured it is. Other examples could be counseling agents, etc., that are free-flowing conversations. Single prompt is going to work great, but it's where you need a lot more determinism in your agent that conversational flow begins to shine. An example of this might be booking, intake, payments, verifications, the long stretches of data that needs to be collected in a verbatim form, or you'll run into compliance issues, for instance. Now, I'm not saying that single prompt agents can't book appointments. They do great at that, but conversational flow tends to do better with this structured format of booking appointments or doing client intake, etc. So in general, if the call is caller-led, that is, if the caller is asking the majority of the questions, then it could be a sign that single prompt agents are going to work best. If the agent is asking the majority of the questions, then conversational flow is going to offer more control and it's going to do better. In my video, you'll see why I say the hybrid approach actually wins, where you combine both single prompt plus conversational flow to get the best of both worlds. But in order to do that, you have to know how to build conversational flow agents, and so that's what you're going to see here. And a few examples of this, I'll give you three, but the first is compliance-heavy intake. So you have maybe a law firm that's doing 15 plus liability questions, and if they don't say them just right, they'll get in trouble. This is where conversational flow shines. Insurance, medical triage, pharma, background check verifications, debt collection. I've all seen these as conversational flow agents, and they work great. Another example would be just deterministic routing. This is where conversational flow destroys single prompt. Like, you can literally route so precisely in conversational flow, and that's what we're going to dive into, based off the time of day, based off new versus returning customers, their account status, just anything. You can get that 100% reliability in routing that's unavailable in single prompt. The third is multi-tool orchestration. Sometimes when you're building these agents, you want the agent to do something 100% of the time. When it falls back on a tool, say it goes to book an appointment, but maybe it fails. Well, if it fails, then it needs to always transition to, say, this node. And if it succeeds, then it always goes here. Well, in those cases, deterministic tool control is something that conversational flow gives us, whereas single prompt does not. So examples of this could be like looking up accounts, charging cards, checking availability, etc. So those are the main differences we could spend all day talking about when to use single prompt or conversational flow. I think it's best to know when to use each. Just in general, if you're going to build voice agents, it's great to have various tools in your back pocket. Now, the second point is let's get into how to actually build out these nodes and how they work. So I'm going to head over to my conversational flow agent. If you notice quick, I'm actually using Chrome, and there's a reason for that. Chrome is much better with conversational flow and Retell AI. Safari tends to crash, so if you're on Mac OS, just keep that in mind. So if we go over our left-hand corner here, there's quite a few options, and these are what we call our nodes. The first node is the most common node, and this is just the conversation node. I'll teach you how to prompt these down the road. Now, these nodes give us a few different options here in the settings. Like over here in node settings, we can choose to toggle specific things that you could never do in single prompt. So for instance, I could toggle the voice speed and make it very fast, just only for this node. Or I could change the response eagerness, that is the latency, how quickly it responds, or the interruption sensitivity, which is very helpful. Oftentimes when at the beginning of the call, say at the front end, I don't want the caller to be able to interrupt the agent as it's speaking for compliance reasons. Hey, I'm on a recorded line, etc. So I'd like to be able to modulate that interruption sensitivity, and that's something that conversational flow offers. And I just turn this off right here. Okay. There's other functions that are great, like I can choose the LLM and set it to a more powerful one depending on the complexity of the node, or maybe a simpler one that'll have lower latency. I can also add a node level knowledge base the same way that you'd normally add a knowledge base, and then some fine tuning examples, which we'll get into later. This is one of the holy grails of conversational flow, which is very helpful. Right. The second node is the subagent node. This node is functionally the same as the conversation node. The only major difference is that we have these node level functions. Now, the reason this is so helpful is because with these original nodes, if I want to route to a function, I actually have to add the function node, which we're going to get to in a second. But with subagents, I can have the LLM invoke the functions directly whenever it so chooses. So I would prompt this the same way, but I could add a function right in here, say a call transfer function or an end of call function, and save it. And now the agent inside of only this node has access to this function. When you would use this versus the function node, let's get into the function node over here, depends on a few things. So let's just say I make a random function, check availability, I'll hit save and add this. So the difference between using a node level function and just the check availability function is mainly this. If I have a deterministic flow where I always want a function to be invoked, then I will use this function as an extension of my route. So say that the user needs to return the package, that requires a function. I will then route it always to invoke that function. And I'll get into transitions here, but right now we're just focused on the nodes, okay? And that's what I want you to pay attention to. Versus maybe if the user wants to return a package, it only should invoke the function 50% of the time based off some criteria. Maybe the user has failed to send back the packing information that it needs, whatever it may be, then it doesn't actually invoke the function. In that case, I would add a node level function instead of a deterministic function. Under this function, it will 100% always invoke whenever it transitions. Under a subagent function, it will not always do it. It will only do it if it makes sense based off how you've prompted the subagent. That's the key distinction right there. Call transfer node, it's just pretty simple. It's the same as a function, except we can choose our call transfer settings as we would normally. I have a whole detailed video on functions, every single one in Retell AI. You should check it out if you're curious, and call transferring as well. Press digit node, same idea as a function, but we can route directly to it, and the agent will press certain digits, like navigating to a human agent on the customer support department of an IVR system for a company, these kinds of things. We have the logic split node. This is one we will be using a lot. And what this allows us to do is further break up any information from the caller into logical steps. So this is one of those deterministic flows that's very helpful. One of the things we can do with the logic split node is we can route based on, say, new versus returning customers. So if the caller is new, we would say new caller. If the caller is returning, then we just say returning customer or caller. And then we could route to whatever nodes based off of this appropriately. And one of the things that makes this so powerful is we don't have to announce it. It can just happen all in the background. Next is the agent transfer node. This is just like the other functions, except it allows us to transfer to another one of our agents inside of Retell AI. This could be a single prompt agent, and this is actually how we use that hybrid approach. We would transition to single prompt using this node right here. In call SMS, same idea, it's another function, except we'd prompt the agent directly in here and tell it how to send the SMS, which should we send it from Retell's approved number, an agent's associated number, send to the caller's phone number or to a different number, etc. A lot of times, if you're using Twilio, for instance, you will never even touch this SMS function. You'll just use your own since you're importing your own number. You make a custom function. Same idea. Extract variable node. This is great if you are wanting to make a dynamic variable out of the call. So for instance, if the caller is calling in about something and maybe you need to extract their first name from the call, well, this would be exactly how you do that. You'd simply take whatever the caller is talking about, and then you just route to this node and you define the variable right here. So the variable in this case would be, let's say, the first name of the caller, and then we'd give it a description so the LLM knows what this variable is. The first name of the caller. We can select what kind of data variable this is. We'll select text in this case, hit save, and that way, whenever the caller says their first name and it gets over to this node, it will extract it so that we can then reference it down the line in the conversation. This can be helpful for a variety of cases. We can get into those later. But example might be if I now say, hey, first name as a dynamic variable, it will reference the variable that was extracted here out of the call, which gives me more control down the road. The next is a newer node, and this is the code node. I love this node because it allows us to run code directly inside of our Retell AI conversational flow agent, not off-site using Modal or Railway or Render or anydannermake.com. A lot of the simple functions that you may be hosting even right now on Modal, you could probably be running inside of this code node right here. So it's very helpful to learn how to use, and we will be using it down the road in our example. Next is the MCP server. Just like any MCP server, you can input the details here, save it, and add an MCP directly to our conversational flow agent. Last, we have the ending node, and this just ends the call whenever we're done with the conversation. They recently added a note node, just helpful if you want to make a little side note as you're building out an assistant. The last two things are components. So there's this, if you press this button, there's a component, and what this does is it allows us to make reusable parts of our conversational flow agent across our agent. The reason this is really nice is because I can build a component like this. An example of this might be I just have a node that is booking appointments, book appointments, agents, and I would say reference this to a function and just connect it to something simple, say check availability, add. And now what I can do, I'll make a simple transition just to connect it. I can then reference this directly, and I can name this component if I want, rename it booking or checking availability. And now it's saved. And if I go back, I have access to this checking node. So notice if I'm in my main flow right now with my nodes. And if I go over here to components, I can hit checking and it will add this as a single node. But inside of this node is, of course, our entire checking combination here of this node and this node. There's two types of components. There's library and agent components. The only difference is that library components live in your library across all of your Retell agents, and agent components only live here across this agent. All right, those are the main differences in all of the major nodes. Now, let's go back over to our next step, and that would be, let's go through the transitionary types. Okay, there are two major types of transitions, and the first is equation-based, which I'm most excited to share, and the second is just a normal prompt. Why do I start with equation-based? Well, I think equation-based is the purest form of what conversational flow allows us to do. We can do equation-based transitions, by the way, in any one of these nodes, but the main difference is equation-based transitions allow us to define precise logic-driven rules that must be fulfilled in order for the agent to transition. So an example of this could be going back to our little node here where we were extracting a variable. Let's say I want this to transition based off whether this first name exists or not. Let's delete this, and I'll just use the embedded transition right in here. So there's two ways I could do this. All I want to do is transition to one node if the caller's first name is extracted, and transition to another node if the caller's first name is not extracted. So an example might be of this, like I might say, hey, how are you doing today? If the caller's name is not extracted, or in this one, I might say, hey, put in their first name as a dynamic variable, first name, how are you? And then what I'll do is describe the transition for each. So I have two options for this transition. I can make it a prompt or an equation. If I make it a prompt, I run the risk of it not consistently executing the transition reliably and well. So I could do this like, if the caller provides a first name transition. I'll do this for the second one as well. I could just say, if the caller does not provide their first name. All right, so what I've done here is I'm just using the prompting transition, the one you'll commonly use to transition, to manage this. And then I would drag it to its appropriate place. If the caller does not provide their first name, then I would route to this node. If the caller provides their first name, transition over to this one. But this is not the best way to do this if I can use an equation-based transition. That's kind of my general rule of thumb. If you can use equation-based, then use it. So instead of using this prompt here, that's prompting an LLM to make a value judgment on whether it should transition or not, and that's a function of probability. It might only work 90% of the time. Instead, what I might do is just say equation. I'll set a condition, and there's a few things we can do here. We can go any or all, add condition, variable. I'll put in the first name, say first name, and I'll say, I'm not going to say equals, I'm going to just say exists, okay? So if first name exists, then we'll transition. Notice there's a lot of different options. We can equal something. We can make it so if first name equals Bob, then we always transition. We could say greater than. This is good if you have a sum that you're returning, or greater than or equal to, contains, if it contains something you're looking for, does not contain or does not exist. Those are the major ones. And so if we hit exist, I can't input anything else. If first name exists, transition. So I'll go like this, delete this, add first name exist, transition it over. And I transition just by dragging this little thing over to this node. Now, let's just say if the caller provides their first name, how would I do this? Well, I do the exact same thing. The only difference would be equation, any, and just say first name underscore does not exist. Okay. I actually transitioned this to the wrong one. I just realized. So first name exists would be over here because we're referencing the dynamic variable. First name does not exist. Hey, how are you doing today? So that would be the transition. And now because of this, this is a binary yes or no. If the first name exists, we transition. If it does not exist, then we transition over here. And that's it. And so that's a simple example of an equation-based transition. And we'll be using more of those as we build out the real live example as well. Those are the major things when it comes to the two types of transitions. Let's now get into prompting nodes and the different ways to prompt your global prompt as well. All right, so first thing when it comes to prompting nodes is you need to understand how to just prompt agents in general. So if you haven't done that already, I'd recommend maybe watching my first video on Retell AI. I'm assuming you're already there. But when it comes to prompting agents, you need to first give it 4 things, which I always give. It's roles, rules, steps, and skills. You need to tell the agent what its role is. And this is where you might be confused. Okay, where do I put this information? Should I put it in the nodes or should I put it in the global prompt? Okay, well, there's a few things I think you need to understand first. When you're prompting this, you should put in everything you'd normally put into a single prompt agent for most of the overarching personality, dispositions of the agent, or certain rules it must never break. I'd put the overwhelming majority of that into my global prompt. So an example of this might be for an agent, like I'd put in my role, I'd put in my rules over here, I'd put in my personality, I might put in any extra information like the time and day. So anything I'd like the agent to be aware of at any point in the conversation, I want to put it in here. So there's a great place to manage personality. But anytime I want it to follow specific steps, I reserve that for my nodes because that's the beauty of what we're doing with our nodes. But when it comes to the specific nodes, that's where you want to be very conservative with your prompt and you only want to share specific steps. So for instance, in my little conversation node here, and we'll do both a sub agent and a conversation node, I'm only going to give it one particular thing. And I like to think of this as a rule of thumb. One simple task is all I should give to each node. Not too small of a task, not too big of a task. Just one idea, one task. And I think the only way to learn this is just to see examples of it. So maybe, let's say, collect information. And I might give it a role inside of here. I might just say, your job, there's a few ways to do this. There's not one way that's always perfect, but your job is to collect information from the caller. And I might give it maybe 4 pieces of information to collect. I might say, step 1, ask the caller for their first name. Step 2, ask the caller for their phone number. Step 3, ask the caller if they would prefer to follow up over phone or email. Step 4, ask the caller their age. So I'd give it these steps. I'd give it numbers next to them. And then lastly, I would give it examples. Okay, so notice I'm giving it kind of a quasi little role right here. Then I'm telling it, here's what I'd like it to do. And then lastly, I might give it some examples of how it should phrase certain things. Okay, so I might tell it, number 1, I can do this 2 ways. I could tell it just by going like this. Over here, ask the caller for their first name, and then give an example. What is your first name? Exactly how I'd like it to say. Then I'd give, is the number you're calling from the best one to reach you? Okay, and I'd continue to do that for the rest of these. Okay, so is email or phone better for follow-up with you? All right, and then maybe, what is your full age? Your full age? Just say age. What is your age? Now I'm giving it examples. Okay, the key here is not to go overboard. These nodes are meant to be short prompt snippets from what I find. They should not be very long. So if you go much longer than this, you might run into problems. What I find is this is good. Give it a role, give it the exact steps, which you would not give in the global prompt, and then maybe give it some rules to make sure it actually follows. So one major rule I use for information collection nodes is rule, and I might even capitalize this and say never ask more than one question at a time. Okay. And that's the key right there. So I might give it a few rules, but in this case, I'm only going to give it rules that pertain to its particular task. Now, I've seen some people who they bifurcate the nodes up into even smaller portions. They might take a node for each literal question. So let's make a node for ask the caller what their first name is, a node for what number you're calling from, a node for what email. I think that's over the top. I don't think you need to do that. I think it overall just clunks up your entire visual UI, can make it a little bit more confusing. That's just not the way I work. I like to try and combine the nodes as much as I can. But the moment they stop following the prompt, that's when I'd split them up. So this is one idea. It's one job, collect information. And then my next node from here could be, okay, now ask the caller if it's okay to book an appointment, for instance. Now, here's another example. I'd consider, if I can get away with it, not even giving it a role. I mean, sometimes I will literally say, your job is to just, I'll say something like this, ask the caller what their favorite product is based off what they just said. So I'm trying to get you to understand that prompt can be as simple as this or as long as this. It just depends on what's getting the job done. I also have a video on 10 prompting tips I really wish I had known when I was starting out. I'd highly recommend checking that one out as well. It'll help with prompting these conversational flow agents. All right, so moving on from prompting nodes and global prompt, you're understanding the basics of it now. I've already taught you library and agent components. Let's talk about the difference between rigid and flex mode, and let's also talk about how these LLMs actually work under the hood, and this will really help you when you're starting out. So first and foremost, this is flex mode over here and rigid mode. Flex mode was recently added, maybe 6 months or so ago. I think it was in an effort to try and make these agents easier to build, but the problem with it is flex mode is not really conversational flow. Flex mode is simply a single prompt agent under the hood with a nice graphical user interface UI of conversational flow. And so the obvious problems with that is this: flex mode does not perform the same way. It bloats the same way that single prompt does. If you add over 20 or so nodes, then conversational flow doesn't work as flex mode. It's more prone to hallucination. You cannot route based off deterministic input. So flex mode is inherently limited, and it's not true conversational flow. I think if you were going to build an agent as flex mode, I'd skip it and just go build a straight single prompt agent directly. So I'm not really a fan of flex mode. I don't think it does the job that it's claiming to do. But rigid mode is the clear difference here. And I think the best way to describe this is just by showing you a graph of what I mean. So on one hand, you have rigid mode, and then on the other hand, you have like flex mode and single prompt, right? Um, the key difference is what the LLM has access to at any given point. What do I mean by this? Well, in single prompt agents, what does the LLM have access to? Well, the LLM only has access to, this is the agent, to the main, everything inside its context window. So everything inside of the single prompt, the LLM has access to. So we're talking about the tools, the functions that are referenced, the knowledge bases, okay, the tools, everything is just combined into one contextual window. And this is why single prompt, if it gets too large, starts to fail miserably at following instructions because it overwhelms the model, okay? So that's the clear difference. Now with rigid mode, what we have is the LLM only has access to a few things. The global prompt, number one. So at any given point in the conversation, it will have access to this global prompt. Number two, it will have access to the current node that it's talking to. So if we're currently only talking to, say, this node right here, and it's in the middle of following a conversation, the LLM only has access to this node right here. It doesn't have access to all the other nodes. It doesn't have access to all the other tools. It only has access to this node. And that's why you can seemingly build unlimitedly sized conversational flow agents and not run into contextual bloat. Okay, so it's just the node. Okay, and then the third thing might be the knowledge base. Only if the node has a knowledge base turned on, like over here, then it will have access. I can turn on a node level knowledge base and give it access just like this. But if I turn it off, then it will not have access. The same goes for the tools. I could give, say, this subagent node level functions and it will have access. But as long as I don't give it access, then it won't have access, okay? So it keeps everything very lean. And the third thing it has is the conversation history. So everything up until that point with the caller that they've been talking about will be injected into the LLM as context. So the node understands, look, this caller has been already talking about XYZ, and I already know from my global prompt not to talk about this. And then I have, of course, my prompting directly in the node. I don't know how the LLM weighs this information. I don't know if it weighs the global prompt secondary to the node. It probably does in functionality, but that might be getting a little bit too deep. This is all it has access to, and that's the key major difference, and that's what makes conversational flow so powerful, and that's why I recommend rigid over flex mode. I'll briefly go through what happens when you turn on flex mode. If we press it, a few things happen here. Like for instance, with flex mode enabled, static sentence doesn't really work. The equation-based transitions that make conversational flow so amazing don't actually work at all. You'll get crazy weird responses in practice, and it does not follow because again, this is just a single prompt agent rebranded a little bit. Okay, so it doesn't have all of the functionality that we like. And then again, if we go over 20 nodes, it's not going to perform well. So anything that you want to do with flex mode, I'd recommend just building a single prompt agent. If you already know how to build a single prompt agent, it'll be even easier for you just to go ahead and create it that way. All right, so we've covered the difference between rigid and flex mode. Let's get into functions. And just so we're all on the same page, if you've never added a function before to Retell AI, it's totally okay. In order to do it, you just go over here to functions, you'd press add, and you can choose a custom function or just the default functions inside of Retell here that are the check availability and book appointments in cal.com. Or we can add a custom function. And so if you have an endpoint or URL, you'd put in this information, you'd give the name of the function like booking, you'd say, this is what the agent uses to book an appointment. And then I'd give a direct URL of that booking link. This is so the LLM knows what the function does. I'd give my JSON, and I'd only turn on payload args if my endpoint requires that only the JSON goes through. If not, then I'd keep this off. Okay, and that's all it would take in order for you to add your own custom function directly into this node. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. A few nice things, though, about functions that I didn't mention is we can do some new things, which are play typing sounds, which is super cool. So as the agent is checking the function, for instance, it will go ahead and start making all these typing sounds like a receptionist. It's great for realism. And the second thing is talk while waiting. You can define right here, enable what you want the agent to say as the caller is waiting. So maybe it checks like, hey, let me look up an appointment for you, or hey, yeah, let me check. I like to say often, I'll use a static sentence and I'll just say like 1 sec. Okay, as I'm pulling this up. Alrighty. Let me grab that. Okay. Or if I know the function is going to take longer, I would put in something like, hey, give me 1 minute, please. This is just great for managing expectations. Now, please understand, this is a common mistake I see beginners make. This prompt right here does not prompt the function in any underlying way. This is only for what the agent says to the caller while it's invoking the function. Don't make that mistake. And I always use static sentence because I find that the prompt, no matter what I tell it, it will be kind of loosey-goosey with its announcement of the function call. Static sentence works a lot better, and so I like to hard code that in most cases. Okay, so those are the key settings here, the node level settings when doing these function calls that are good to understand. All right. Oh, and also to add a node level function, all I would do is just go over here, press one of these functions like the end of call, or I could go like this, do custom function. I can choose and select it, press save, and then it will add it directly in here. And the only thing I would have to do is just reference that function directly and say use, and I'll actually reference it directly with writing it out the same way it's written. I'll just say like use check availability directly like this, cal, to check the caller's availability. Okay. And then maybe some rules that would go along with this. That's how I'd correctly use these functions inside of here. Next is testing nodes and transitions. I'm going to save this for when we're actually building the agent directly. And I think this would be a perfect time to just begin to get into that. Okay. So here's the thing. There's a lot of small things that you're just going to learn by osmosis. You're going to learn by watching me do it, and you'll learn as well by doing it yourself. So let's start off by building an agent that I have set up here as a plumbing assistant. I have a little bit of a reference sheet for it, and we'll just walk through what it's like. It's a simple agent, nothing to be overwhelmed by, but essentially the agent just starts off by greeting the caller. It checks the business hours, and this will be helpful to determine whether we can transfer to people who are on site or not. It then routes by that information. and ask the caller like, okay, do you need to schedule an appointment? Do you have a question? Do you have an emergency? Are you an existing client? And based off those 4 flows, we handle the rest. So if they have to schedule an appointment, we'd book. If they have an emergency, we triage and we do a transfer. If they are an existing customer, then we do an office transfer, so long as the people in the office are there. If they have a question, we have an FAQ knowledge base. So this will encompass pretty much all the major nodes inside of Retell AI, and it's a great way to learn. So I just recommend you build along with me. And if there's anything you don't understand at any point, just feel free to rewatch that or even drop a comment below and I'll try to respond. All right, so let's go and begin building this assistant out. I'm going to go over and just create a brand new conversational flow agent. I'll press conversational flow. There are a lot of great templates in here that you can use depending on your use case. And just to even learn how conversational flow works, I recommend you check them out. But for now, we'll do a blank agent, hit create. And you'll be greeted by a little small few things here. You'll get greeted by this, which is the begin node. Essentially, this just defines at the front end of the conversation when the call starts. You have a welcome node that Retell by default populates, and then the end of call node, which you will most definitely be using. The begin node can be toggled, and the settings can be set to either AI speaks first or the user speaks first. In most cases, you'd have the AI speak first, but in some cases, you might have the user speaks first, especially if you're doing an internal transfer to this agent, for instance. Okay, so I just set this to AI speaks first, and I can even give it a little bit of a duration. Either set it to pause before speaking, maybe 1 or 2 seconds. That way, when the agent picks up on the phone, it doesn't immediately start talking. Maybe the caller doesn't hear it. So I typically give it about a second or 2 on this front. Okay, so let's just start off by writing out what this agent will do in the both the welcome node and the global node. All right, so I'll just start by grabbing my global prompt that I have written out here, and then we'll just go through it. So the first is I'm going to put that global prompt in here, and let's just read through what's actually inside of it. I have, you are an AI receptionist for Hilltop Plumbing. This is its role, residential plumbing company in the greater Houston metro. Here's your tone and personality. You're warm, calm, efficient, etc. Never robotic. Use natural responses. I'm going to expand on these a little bit. What you never do, so some big rules, and then in capitalization for extra emphasis, emergencies, take priority, and then about the business hours. So a few just key pieces of information put in here. I would definitely not put in more than what's necessary in the global prompt. A few things I will change about this global prompt is first, I want to give it a name, makes it more personable, more human. So I'll say you are Jack, or let's say a woman, because that's helpful for good voices. So I'll say you are Grace for Hilltop Plumbing, a receptionist. I'll give it a little bit of information. I can give it you answer the main inbound line. And here's what you sound like. So we want to match the caller's energy. Brief, if they're brief, friendly, if they're chatting. Never robotic. I'll expand on this by adding more. So not just got it, sure thing, okay, but I like to add quite a few of these, like use natural acknowledgments and filler words often. I'll say got it, okay, sure thing. I'll say like a lot. Like, so is another one. So yeah. Maybe a little bit. Um uh I'll use some other ones too. But these tend to cover. So got it, like, yo, yeah, alrighty is a good one too. Just make it feel natural. And I'll say don't overdo it. All right. I'll put in a rule here that never ask more than one question at a time. Now keep in mind, even putting these rules in here is not enough to enforce this at the node level always. So sometimes it will overthrow this rule, and that's why you'll have to reinforce it at the node levels like I was showing you early. All right, so we've got a little bit of some more information here, but I think this is pretty good. And then I'll run through a few of the default settings I like to use. For background noise, I like to use the call center. Set it to like 80, sounds realistic. 72 is fine. Interruption sensitivity, I'll set this a little bit lower, like 80. Real-time transcription settings, I'll set this to remove noise. It's already set that by default. Call settings, IVR hangup, this is good. End call on silence, I'll set this a little bit shorter. I don't want it burning my time unnecessarily. Max call duration, either. I'll set this to around 10 minutes just in case there's any errors. And then that's pretty much it. Besides that, I'll change the voice to be more realistic one that I like. I'll go over to custom voices. I'll go to 11 Labs, and I'll use the V3 model because the V3 ones are sounding a lot more realistic. So I'll say we can try a few of these. We could try Grace, for instance, and I'll set Grace to be, instead of V2, V3. It comes down to preference, but this voice doesn't sound bad at all. And I'll adjust the speed slightly to about 120. Hit save, and we'll just publish it again. All right, now that I feel organized, that my settings are set up, let's get into exactly what we're using. And lastly, of course, GPT 4.1 is what I still recommend as the go-to LLM as the time of this recording. All right, so now let's build out the welcome node for this agent. So for the welcome node, I always like to keep it as a static sentence in most cases because it's going to be saying the same thing pretty much every single time. So I'm just going to say, okay, thanks for calling Hilltop Plumbing. This is Grace on a recorded line. How can I help you? All right. Now, in some cases, so when you're doing inbound in some country and in some states, you have to acknowledge that this is an AI at the front of the conversation. It depends on which state you're in, like for California, for instance. In others, you don't. And then the same goes for if you're recording at the front of the conversation. If you're in a two-party or one-party consent state, just check what kind of state you're in and what laws apply to you. For me, I'm just going to be using Grace on a recorded line. How can I help you? To get through it. Okay. So let's say this is the welcome node. And let's go through the major different transitions that I'm now going to add. So I'll just replace these. And what are the main ones? Caller wants to book an appointment. Wants to book an appointment. I'll give these examples. And then I'll say caller has an emergency plumbing emergency. And then say another one right here. What are the other transitions? Let's check. Looking at this, oh, caller's an existing. All right, caller is existing. Caller is an existing customer. All right. And then the next one I'll add is the caller just has a general question. Actually, I won't add this one because I'm going to show you how to use a global node to do this, which is helpful. Let's do the existing customer flow first. So first and foremost, what I'll do is add another node, and we'll do this for caller as an existing customer. So if it transitions over to this node, we will then say, all right, what do we do to handle existing customers? Maybe they want a quote, or you need to do an office transfer just straight to the front desk. Well, all right, so how do we do this? Well, there's a few ways. First and foremost, we need to be able to determine whether the caller is calling during business hours or after business hours. So instead of using a conversation node right here, I'll try using this code node that I showed you earlier to run a script and check whether the caller is calling in during business hours or not. So at the front of this conversation, I'm just going to go, if the caller is an existing customer, I'll route over here using a prompt-based transition. And then secondly, I'll open and configure this code by pressing open. And notice there's a little bit going on in here. It might look intimidating, but please don't be intimidated by it. All I have is a little code that's running. I want to replace this with code. I'll grab this code, copy it, bring it back, and I'll paste it in. And I can test it just by running run code and see that it checks is business hours is false or not. So all this code is doing, and we can see directly, it's returning the business hour status in America, Chicago time, and it's just fetching it directly and then comparing that against what the business hours are for this particular business that I've inputted. So you can do this for any scenario where you might need to be checking business hours. Now, the next step I want to take is to extract values from this tool response and store them as dynamic variables. So I can do something like this. I can just go name of the variable and the path to the value. I want to use this variable to tell me if it's business hours or not. If it's true, then we can transfer. If not, then okay. I'll go is business hours, name the variable. This will be our dynamic variable reference. And next will be the path to the value. This is just the key word here that is business hours is referencing to false. This tells Retell where to get its information. Okay, so now I'm going to hit update. And now that it's updated, I can test this directly by just adding a transition to success and make sure that I'm doing everything correctly and it's coming through. So I'll just run a quick test and then I'll delete what I'm doing here. So I'll bridge this transition code over to a conversation node. I'll press static sentence and I'm just going to put in the dynamic variable we just created, which is business hours. Make sure I'm spelling it correctly. Yep, I'll just copy it. And I'll know I created a dynamic variable properly when it formats like this. Okay, so I'm not going to do anything else besides leave this as a static sentence. And so essentially, if I test this in the chat, it should return either true or false when I get to this stage. Now I'll hit publish. This is a great way, by the way, if you're just testing out your code node to test it yourself. So I'll do a manual chat. Thanks for calling. And I'll say, this is an existing customer. I'm just going to say that to get the ball rolling. And boom, it transitioned and it worked. Look at that. So, sorry, it moved the page. Notice this is an existing customer, node transitions, and I can hover over the nodes to see where it goes, but it goes welcome node. It then goes to the execute code. I get the code result, which is false. Good. And then it transitions like it was supposed to off onto success to this last node, which just tells me false, that our is business hours variable is being read correctly by Retell AI. That means everything's working. So I'll delete this and I'll move on to the next node. So the only thing I'm going to change here is instead of using a transition type as success or false, because again, I don't want to use an LLM when I can use an equation-based transition, I'll go like this instead, delete. Maybe I'll refresh it if I'm getting a weird error. All right, delete this, and I'll add a transition that's equation-based, based off of our dynamic variable. Here's what I mean. So I'll go any, add condition, go back to our variable we just made, is business hours, put it in, and then I'll put in false or true. So if it's equal to true, then we will transition one place. If it's equal to false, we'll transition to another. All right, so I'll go like this. Equation, I'll add another one. Any is business hours, put in the dynamic variable, equal to false. Keep things nice and simple. Okay, now I'll also account for an error in case something goes wrong, and I'll show you how to properly error handling when doing this. But I'll add two conversation nodes like this. And now the first one will be, is business hours set to true? So if it is set to business hours, we want to go forward with that transfer, and I'll just go call transfer, add another node, and connect it. And this will be our office node. And I'll just say something like this as a static sentence. All right, let me get one of our team members on the line to help you with that. Or just say to help you. And it will say this 100% of the time, always when it gets to this. For the transition, I'll set it to a special one that's called skip user response. Here, you'll learn about these other transitions as I'm building this out, but I have two transitionary modes. I can either select after user response or skip user response. And this is helpful because sometimes I don't want the LLM to have to decide whether we should transition or not. Maybe I just want to 100% always transfer under certain conditions. So I can do that by using skip user response. And what that does is it announces this, let me get one of our team members, and then transitions right to the call transfer, which is exactly what I want. Or I can set it to after user response, which the only difference is it will transition 100% of the time after the caller responds. Doesn't matter what they say, but as long as they respond. Transition after user response. I'll set this, in this case, to skip, save, and then transfer call. For the transfer call, I'll set it to a static destination phone number, just use a simple cold transfer. And then in case the transfer fails, I will add proper error handling. Okay, and I'll make one just big error handling node that just says, let me do this. For all call transfer failures, it looks like our team is unavailable right now. They will reach out to you as soon as they can. So if it fails, we will just go here. And if it succeeds, then the conversation will automatically end at this node. Now, we'll do the same, but the opposite for is business hours false. So if it's not business hours, instead, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say, look, we do this, static sentence. It looks like you're outside of business hours. Can you just tell me what your inquiry is regarding? I'll get someone to follow up as soon as possible. I'm going to use a static sentence. And then I'm also going to do this again. So it says exactly what they'll respond to this. I've now set this to after user responds. It will always transition because I do not care, again, what the user says. I just want to transition from there. I will transition to another node. And I'll say this node is just to say, the job of this node is to clarify anything the caller may have just said. So say, your job is to clarify anything the caller has just said. So step one is to just repeat back to the caller what they said in one sentence. And then I'll say step two, put in numbers, is ask for clarification if the caller was unclear. It's a little bit vague, but it works. All right. I might give an example. You mentioned, well, actually, I'll leave it at that for now. This is okay. Perfect. All right. Lastly, confirm the user's query and follow up. Tell them, wait, let's do this. Confirm the caller's inquiry will be followed up on within 24 hours. All right. Now that we've set up the steps, I'll transition to a function that just logs this as an email. So I'll just go function. And in this case, I would make a custom function. Does something like, weird, add a custom function. And in this case, it would just be email the front desk. This function is used to email the front desk when a caller's issue has not been resolved. I'll just say this, a caller has called after business hours. I would then put in the URL. So whatever URL I'm using here, I'm just going to set up a bogus one for now, and then we can fill it up later. https modal.com. Let's just set that. Hit save. Email front desk add. The reason I'm using this as a function again and not a node level function is because I want this to be invoked 100% of the time. So I'll say two things. Think about the logical outcomes with me of this. Your job is to clarify anything the caller has just said. I keep saying color instead of caller. Describe the condition and simply say, all right, the caller has been informed he will be followed up on. Okay? And then we'll just transition. Maybe the caller has alternative questions. All right. I can think of some more logical scenarios here, but I think those are the main ones. The caller has been informed he will be followed up on. I will write that a little bit better. That way we know 100% of the time if the caller has been told you will be receiving a follow-up in the next 24 hours, we know then that the previous steps have been announced to him. So I'll copy this, bring it over to email the front desk. drag that transition, email the front desk, and now this function will execute 100% of the time. I'll hit talk while waiting. Actually, I won't talk while waiting. I'll let that run in the background and then just hit, I can hit playing sound if needed, maybe extra realism. But that's just going to run in the background. And the last step would be add a conversation node. Just transition from there. We'll say two things. Prompt, make a simple transition. If it was successful, actually, success or failure, we'll do this. For success, say this front desk email function works and it sends it over just right. We'll transition this over to this node and just say, or say this, is there anything else I can help you with? We always ask that before ending the call. And then add the two logical outputs. Either the caller needs no additional help, the caller needs additional help. All right. So based off those two logical outcomes, we can then transition. If the caller no longer needs any logical help, we'll just use an end call node, politely end the call, and just say, all right, say, thanks for calling. Have a great rest of your day. Very simple. We could say thanks for calling name and give the first name in there as well if we had extracted that, but we'll just keep it simple for now. And then if the caller needs additional help, we can route them back here to a node that will make a simple node that just says, that resolves the caller's queries. We'll make this node later, but I'm just going to make it as a placeholder. Your job is to resolve any of the caller's queries. All right. And we'll fill this in later. All right. So we have mapped out this flow for the most part. The only other part of this is just, of course, we need to be very careful with error handling. So in any case where you have a function running, you always want to cushion that function with proper error handling. The same for any nodes where there might be a few logical possibilities where the agent may fail. Always, always, always think of the logical failures so you don't run into issues. So if this function fails, for instance, what do I want to happen? So as a fallback, what we could do creatively for this email front desk function is we could, instead of doing another email, we could do an in-call SMS and just say, in case this fails for whatever reason, transition over to this in-call SMS, and we define the number we're sending to not be the caller's number, but to say be the boss's number, for instance, and put it in as so. So I could put in like the boss's number directly inside here, just a random number. And then maybe I'd put in a simple, I don't need to put in a static sentence or a prompt. Besides the fact that maybe I'll just put in like a send a message to the owner saying what the caller needs help with, and a little message saying that I'm sending this because email failed. Okay, this is if I was using the in-call SMS feature that Retell gives you out of the box, which makes it easy. You can just go purchase a number directly in Retell system, and then you use this one here and approve it via Twilio. Most of the time I use custom functions like I've mentioned previously, but this is still a great option. Okay, so if this fails, well, then we can add a post-call analysis that just says both in-call SMS and both email failed. And that's where at the end of the call, we could take this as a post-call data extraction just for proper error handling that says function success. And I could put this as optional, and I would only populate this when one or more functions fail. Populate, say populate when one or more functions fail. That way this post-call analysis will be included, and it just gives a little description like tell what happened with the function failures and which ones failed, and more importantly, what still needs to be done. Okay, from the caller's request. So this is just a safety net of safety nets in case both of our functions fail, our email front desk ones fail, and the in-call SMS backup fails, then we have a post-call data extraction that even after the call will go through, analyze, and check whether these functions were successful or not. And if they weren't, it will tabulate that information in a Google Sheets if we so choose and store it as data. So everything is good there. I will leave this as if it's sent successfully. In this case, if the SMS is sent successfully, I would just go back over here. Is there anything else I can help you with? And if the SMS fails, I'll also go back to, is there anything else I can help you with? Now, that way, every single one of these transitionary possibilities are accounted for. All right. Now, this other one we haven't accounted for is the caller has alternative questions. I'll route this back. I might not even use this one, and I'll just rely on our global prompt, which I'm going to do here, our global node, that is. All right, so let's just check our work real quick, see what we've done. So we've built out the existing customer flow. It starts by running a code script to check whether the current time and day is aligned with the business hours. If it is, then we transfer by announcing the call transfer beforehand. If the call transfer fails, we have proper error handling, yes. Now, if the business hours are false, that is, it's calling outside of our business hours, we give it a simple message and then clarify what the caller needs follow-up for. Email that to the front desk. If that function fails, we do an SMS. If SMS fails, we log it in post-call data extraction. After all of this is accomplished, we then say, is there anything else we can help you with here? If the caller needs no additional help, we say, thanks for calling. Have a great rest of your day. If they need additional help, then we're going to route back to this front-facing node that can help them with whatever else they need. Okay? And the job of this node would be to resolve any of the caller's queries. It can route to, say, maybe the caller needs to book an appointment, maybe they need to do something else. Then we can handle that in this node here, which I'll prompt out. Okay, so this is good. We built out that first flow. But what we're missing here is some kind of a general routing or intent capture separate node. Right now, I kind of have these set in combined in two. I have a static sentence welcome node, and it's also doing some of the routing. But the better way to do this is to have a separate node that just handles all of the routing and intent capture. So I'm going to build that right now. This node would look something like this. I'll take this as an example. I'll copy this and we'll go through this prompt. Essentially, we'd have the agent just determine why the caller is calling. This is the job of the node. And then we want to be able to triage between emergencies and active water or whatever it may be. And the reason we do it this way is because the routing of conversational flow is very important. Maybe the agent makes an incorrect judgment on where the conversation is supposed to go. Well, it will throw off the entire conversation. So if the caller wants to book an appointment and we accidentally go down the existing customer route, it's pretty hard to get back to that book appointment flow. So that's why we want to confirm at the front end, this is what you want. Exactly. Okay. And then go into the transfers. So this is what this node will do. And instead of keeping the transitions here, what I'll do is just bring these transitions over to this node. So I'll redo this by taking all of these transitions, making them here. And this is where we will begin fine-tuning our agent, which is fun to learn. So I'll put in the prompt, caller has emergency plumbing, and then existing customer as well. Now all of these are taken care of. I'll delete this, move it back over here to this code. And instead of having all three of these, what I'll just have is a simple skip after user responds. Hit save and bring it back. That way, we have a dedicated static sentence node that always just welcomes the caller, like, thanks for calling. This is Grace on record line. How can I help you? Side note, I'll get rid of this punctuation to make it sound more realistic. One breath. And then, as soon as the caller's like, oh yeah, look, I need to book an appointment or I'm having an emergency or XYZ, it will transition over this node and this node will then figure out what's going on. The reason we're doing this is because we cannot prompt all of this into this node since this node is being taken up by that static sentence, okay? All right, so we've got a few examples. Listen for emergency signals, active water leak, etc. Otherwise, classify the caller in one of the following: scheduling, existing. I'll delete quote, we don't need that. A question. And if you genuinely can't tell after one clarifying question, let's do this. I'm going to change the rules a little bit. Let's say instead, okay, rules. If the caller is unclear after the first time, ask a follow-up question to clarify. Okay? And so essentially, it should then triage based off what the caller says. Now, we won't know for sure if it's working great until we test it, but this is good. Now, in addition to this is where we'd add fine tuning. So down here, there's this option called fine tuning examples. This is where conversational flow shines. We can hit add, and we can give it examples for both fine tuning the conversation or fine tuning the transition. Fine tuning the conversation is as simple as how do I want the agent to respond while it's in this node? Fine tuning the transition is how do I want the agent to transition when the caller says something expected? So I'll first start by fine tuning the transitions. I want to make sure that anytime the caller insinuates any sort of emergency, that I always transition. And the only way to do that is through fine tuning. Fine tuning allows us to keep this information from clunking up the prompt, and it also gives us a dedicated place to train the LLM on what information it's expecting to see. Okay, so I'll put in an example like fine tune the transition. My house is flooding, and I'm going to give it a few examples. And the agent should immediately transition to, I'm going to hit save. I'll select emergency plumbing. Let me build out an emergency node real quick so that it can then know where to transition to. We'll just call this emergency as a placeholder, emergency. And then we will begin building out this flow. So emergency plumbing, let's go back to the fine tune example. My house is flooding. I'll just delete this right here and go straight to the transition. Conversation node. So I'm selecting the node I'm going to. I'll hit save. I can rename this node up here and just call it emergency. And that way I know what I'm referencing. I'm going to give it a few more examples, maybe 4 or 5. But I would technically, if I was deploying this, I would give it a lot more. So my house is completely frozen. Delete. And I'll just hit emergency. I don't want the agent to say anything. I just want it to transition immediately. Okay. Another example would be let's see, there's active leaking, gas smell. And then we'll transition to the emergency. A few examples of these. There's sewage backing up in my house. Sounds like emergency. We're going to transition. Emergency. So I'm giving it about 4 or 5 examples right there. And then we will transition to this node. And this node is meant to solely triage the emergency. We've now figured out what the caller needs. And this node, let's take a little example of this. So I have one written out. Emergency triage. I'll copy this and then we'll sort through this prompt. So, okay, what do we have here? It's giving a few different steps. So this is a plumbing emergency. Stay calm. It's funny how I'm using Claude here to give me a few base prompts that I can work off of. 1 sentence acknowledgement. Okay, I hear you. Restate the issue in 5 words. So the agent will start by saying step 1, I hear you. Here's your issue. Let me get our on-call tech. Step 2, capture 3 things in this order. First, and ask 1 question at a time. The service address, the full city, and zip code. Okay? Cross street if rural. Now, we'll test this, but normally I would give it some examples of how I want it to ask. Okay, step 2, callback number. Best number to reach you. I will give an example for this one because it's definitely needed. Is the number you're calling from the best one to reach you? If it is, we'll save the Retell AI number. If yes, we will use Retell dynamic variable. This is nice that Retell gives us dynamic variable for the caller's number. If yes, store user number. If no, say, okay, Can you tell me your number, please? And then repeat back their number to them. All right, so I've given it a few examples of what I want. And then the third is water shut off. Yes, no, don't know. So what we'll ask is, here's what I'll say. While I'm getting the tech, your main water valve is usually in the basement, crawl space, or near water line enters. Look for a wheel handle. Okay, so I'm going to put this at the bottom, just in case the caller has a water issue where the water's flooding. If the caller is having a water issue with flooding, tell them while you're getting the tech, some things they can do to prevent. Okay, while I get the tech, here's what you could do. So it'll tell the caller, look, here's something that you could do right now to help prevent the flooding. And then step 3, tell them, I'm connecting you to our on-call tech now. Please stay on the line. Now, this is not good. I don't like how it's placed here. I'm going to instead do this, where I just transition and say, let me connect you. Okay, so I'll just say, after they have provided their phone number, I'll do this actually. I'll make it a transition that's defined down here. I can put in transition. After the caller has provided their address, phone number, and issue, transition here. I can even put in always transition to reinforce it. I may even put this directly inside of the prompt to strengthen the transition. And then in addition to that, I could give it some fine-tuning examples of what I would like for this transition. So I could put in, my address is XYZ. Okay, your address is XYZ. It repeats it back. User speech. And then the agent asks, what is, let me ask, is the phone number you're calling from the best one to reach you? It's important to make sure that you're consistent in your fine-tuning with what's actually in the prompt. Yes, it is. And I'm going to hit save. Let me just see if I'm missing anything else. Callback number, capture 3 things. Okay, that's good. So actually, as long as the caller has provided their address and phone number, always transition here. Perfect. Always transition. Now let me just make sure this fine-tuning example is set. My address is XYZ. Okay, your address is this. As soon as they say that and they've confirmed both data points, we are going to invoke that transition to the next step. I'll add another node and then go here. And this node is just going to say, look, let me get the tech on the line right now. Or getting the tech on the line for you. All right. And let's add this transition. Fine tune, conversation, save. Now I've configured this transition and we will do a call transfer. Now this will happen 24/7 anytime. This is the emergency line, so it works. We don't have to do the business hours checker. And I will do an always skip user response call transfer directly. All right. So that's handled there. The next step I would make is to test our flow. So let's just make sure this is working, and then we will move on to the next one. So if I call in test LLM, it's good practice, I think, to build out your flow and then test it, iterate it. Do this for each of the flows. Thanks for calling. This is Grace on a recorded line. How can I help you? Hi, my basement is flooding. All right, now let's see how it responds. Okay, sounds like you've got an emergency with flooding. I'll get you over to emergency dispatcher right away. This is the first mistake it's already made, and this is good to see. Okay, really good learning moment. Notice how the agent has said, okay, sounds like I'm going to get you over to emergency dispatcher right away. Now what? So now it's saying it's going to get me over to the dispatcher, but it's still over here in this node. In order to get to the dispatcher, it has to go through this node, and then this node, and then that node. Okay. And the only way it can transition is if the caller says something. So unless the caller says something here, it's not going to continue the transition. This is the problem. So this is how we fix this issue. In order to get this to transition, we need the caller to say something, right? We need to be able to transition to this emergency plumbing. But because we're just transitioning to this node and the node isn't asking a question, all it's doing is it's saying, I'll get you over to our person, then it's not going to be able to transition. It needs to ask a question, get the user's buy-in, and then it will transition. It's just a limitation of conversational flow. Okay. So instead, if whatever your job is to figure out why the caller is calling, and we'll put always repeat back to them what their issue is for confirmation. I'll give an example. Okay, so you'd like to book an appointment, correct? Or, yeah, you'd like to book an appointment. Get the user's buy-in, and that way it'll work. So now if I hit publish, I can give it some more examples of this. I'll even fine-tune it a little bit. Maybe I'll go into my fine-tuning settings, add fine-tuning examples, and instead of fine-tuning the transition, like we did previously, I'll do fine-tune the conversation. So I'll say for the user, we could drag these, by the way, back and forth. But in this case, the user is saying, yeah, I have flooding in my basement. All right, is this an emergency? So the agent asked, is this an emergency? Is this flooding an emergency? This is the kind of training that's going to take your agent to the next level and make sure it's actually following through with the transitions. All right, so I'm going to hit publish and let's retest it. Testing. All right, so look, it's already done it. I reran the same test. Okay, so your basement is flooding, just to confirm this is an emergency situation, right? Beautiful. It transitioned to the correct node, and I'm going to say yes. And now it should transition to the next node. All right, so, that's a little weird. Let me refresh. All right, for some reason it glitched out, so let me just try it again. Yeah, my basement is flooding right now. I'm wondering if I could get some help. It should transition now to the next node. Okay, now it's at this node and it's asking, okay, you've got some basement flooding issues, you need help, correct. Now the caller is requested to give a buy-in, and that's the only way it can transition, unless the caller says something. Yes. Say emergency. It will then transition to this one, good. Now it's saying, okay, I hear you, basement flooding. Let me get our on-call tech while I do that. Now this is very long, so I want immediately to fix this. And the way I'll do that is just say, rule, be very concise, max 2 sentences for this node. All right, because we don't want to waste the caller's time at all. We want to get them straight over to the emergency department, say as few words as possible. While I do that, your main valve is this. Can you provide me your full address? Let me get our on-call tech. Perfect. Okay. Let's do publish again. It's a little bit long. I know I gave it this little spiel that it's supposed to give, but it's a little bit long. So instead, I'll rerun it, see if it follows my new prompt. Okay, hey, basement flooding right now. Let me get our on-call tech. Can you give me your full address, including zip? That's good. I wanted to ask at the front end what the address is. While I get the tech, your main water valve is usually in the basement crawl space or near the water line into the house. Look for a wheelhouse, handle, or lever. All right, that's fine for now. I then can give it my zip, but I just want to make sure too that I test, what if I don't say flooding? What if instead I say, like, I don't know, maybe I say that the house is filling with gas. So I can change this previous part of the conversation and say my basement is overwhelmed with gas. Now, this is still an emergency, but the tech agent should not say, go turn off the water pipe, okay? Sounds like your basement is strong gas. Is that right? Yes. All right, I hear you, gas smell. Let me get our on-call tech. Can you give me your full address, including zip? That's very good. And then we can confirm that it's consistently following the prompt, not just one time, but by hitting the debug functionality and regenerating the answer 10 times. This is what separates Retell from any other voice AI platform I've ever tried. They allow you to debug and stress test the agent to see if it's following the prompt. You see, these agents are probabilistic, even if they're in conversational flow like this one. So what that means is just because it gives you an answer one time doesn't mean it's always going to give you that answer. You have to verify that it's giving you the answer 100% of the time, not 90% of the time. And with frequencies, response variations, and frequencies, thanks to the debug functionality, we can see exactly how often it's providing us with an answer. So it says here, okay, I hear you, gas smell in the basement. And we can see by it the frequency by which the agent is saying this response. This is exactly why most beginners don't get their agents to perform well. It's because they're not checking the debug functionality. This is a game changer. Make sure you're using it. Okay, I hear you. I like that. It says, let me get our on-call tech. What's your full address? Let me get our on-call tech. What's your full address? What's your full address? Can you give me your full address, including zip? So notice this is a variation. This one includes zip. This one includes zip, but the rest don't. This is the power of response variations. Maybe we didn't want it to include zip, so I could then prompt it and eliminate this extraneous route from its responses. This is how you make probabilistic LLMs deterministic. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, let's go ahead. We've successfully built out this flow. We've completed a full emergency plumbing flow session. We've done the caller existing customer. We need to still test that. And then we will add the booking appointment. Now let's go ahead and add the booking flow. Now they've confirmed they want to book an appointment, and the next step would be to collect their address and their information. So just as we've done previously, I'll give this node a role. I'll take some of this as an example here from this previous agent example, and I'll paste it in, and let's run through it. So the job is get the service address and any details the tech needs. Now the rule is ask in order, one at a time. First is what is the service address, street, city, and zip. And then I'll say always confirm it back to the caller to make sure. Okay. Next, if they mention a gate, a code, a community, or apartment, capture it. I think that it already axiomatically understands that, so I'll get rid of it too. Any dogs or pets the tech should know about, friendly, not alarming. All right, and then who, number 3, will be home? Will it be you or someone else? If they sound rural or pause on address, this is a little bit interesting. I'll cut it for now. I don't think it's important. If someone doesn't have an address, they can say it. Keep this section under 60 seconds. Okay, this is something LLMs classically get wrong about voice agents. If you have ChatGPT prompt you an LLM prompt like this, the model is stateless, so it has no concept or understanding of time. So just cut this out. It doesn't understand it. Don't over ask. If it sounds like a normal residential address, this is good. We don't need more than this. Okay, ask these 3 questions. Who else will be there when you're there? All right, so we're just collecting the information. Let's move on to the next node. And in order to define the transition, we'll say caller has provided their service address, pet information, and who will be home. Now that it's provided, notice I'm including those 3 pieces of details, their service address, pet information, and who will be home. This is why defining the transition is so important. If I were to only put in 2 of these, the agent would be more likely to only transition when those 2 are done, not all 3. I'll go on to the next node, which is our booking problem description. So let's ask, okay, what exactly is your booking problem? Let's paste this in and let's edit it. So first and foremost, it says we need to get the clear specific description of the problem. Open with what's going on. So I'm just going to say open with. I'm not going to say this is the most important node. I'll just say start by saying, all right, and what's going on? What's the plumbing issue? Then follow up to capture this information. So once they've provided the issue, we will ask, let's get rid of this. There's a lot of stuff in here. Let me delete anything unnecessary. All right. Yeah, I'm going to delete all of this from the prompt. Okay. What's the plumbing issue? And just paraphrase back briefly before moving forward. So kitchen sink, slow drain, been bad since Sunday. No one's been fixing it. Got it. All right. And then never diagnose the issue. If they ask, what do you think it is? Say, I can't without our tech taking a look. Good. This is just compliance. All right. So caller, and we'll just transition when the caller provides their issue. Provides their issue. Description. Actually, I'll say agent confirms caller's issue description. Notice again, I'm making sure that this transition is only going to be set once the node has completed its job. Let's go on to the next node. Now that we've defined their problem, we need to book. So we'll say, look, the booking fee is $89. Wow, that's steep. And then put it in directly. Disclose the dispatch fee. We don't need to say dispatch fee before booking. We'll just say disclose the dispatch fee. Step 1. Alrighty, I'll write it out like this so it's a little bit more realistic. Already, heads up. So our dispatch, $89, that basically, trying to make it sound more human, covers the tech driving out and diagnosing the issue, and it gets applied toward any work you decide to move forward. Sounds good. If yes, move on. Then I'll say good. Do not discount. If they decline, say thank them and route to the end of call. If they decline outright, say thank you. If they decline outright, then transition is what I'll say. And then we'll handle this. Perfect. So I'll add over here into the transition. Caller understands or is fine with cost. And then step 2, what window works best? I'm going to transition. I'm going to break this up into 2 nodes. This is the first node, just telling them what the dispatch fee is. I think that's too much to combine into 2 nodes. Notice how they're doing separate things. One is doing the dispatch fee. The other is checking what time they'd be available. So I'm going to separate the nodes. It's a good example of knowing when to separate. And in this node, I'll just say the job of this node is to, or your job is to find out when the caller is available. Now, let's go back over here. Caller is fine with the cost. We'll transition to this one. Caller does not agree with cost. If the caller does not agree with the cost, we are going to end the call with just a simple message that says, okay, sorry, the cost does not work out for you. Just say, well, I'm sorry, the cost, let's say this. Just put in a prompt. Professionally tell the caller then we cannot continue with the booking and ask, is there anything else we can help with? All right. And so in this case, we would then transition to this original end of call node. Caller needs no additional help. And then this one will say, caller needs additional help. Needs no additional help, transition to end of call. End of conversation. Caller needs additional help. Instead, we will say, let's go back to this node. And ask what they need. Okay. We'll have to test this, but that should be good for now. Caller is fine with the cost. Now, here's where it gets a little bit interesting with the booking. This is where we're probably going to want to use a subagent node to handle the embedded function. Great. What window works best for you? Morning, 8 to 12. Okay, I don't like the way it's doing this, so let's fix it. Also, capture preferred day, tomorrow, this week, or flexible. I'm going to delete this. Just say, how about we do this? Subagent, delete this node, and we'll transition to a subagent instead. So say, your job is to find availability for the caller. Step 1, you'll see why I'm doing this. Ask the caller why, no, say this instead. Ask the caller, always say, what time of day works best for you for the tech to visit? Okay. Step 2. Alrighty. Check availability using the check availability function to see if caller's requested time is available. All right, and then step 3 would be, if caller's requested time is available, proceed with the transition. Or if caller's requested time is unavailable, go back to step 2 and repeat. The only thing I'm going to do is add a function. That's just the check availability function. Let's call it check availability, hit save. I'm not plugging in the information like I would for realcal.com, but I'm just going to hit select, connect it, and now it has access to this check availability function. I can reference it directly just to improve its reliability. Availability, cal, to see if the caller's requested time is available. And what I'll do, since we are going to be testing this, I'm not going to connect this live to my cal.com account. So instead, I'm going to create a custom function mock. Over here in testing, you can go up and press custom function mock, add, and we can choose this function to check availability. If it shows up, maybe it's not showing up just yet, but we can essentially test the function without having to wire it up, just to see how the agent's handling the function responses, etc. Let's see if it's added now. Custom function, in call SMS, transfer call. Doesn't seem to be showing up. Maybe I'll give it a second and we'll come back to it. All right, so check availability. Now, here's the transition. There's two things that can logically happen here. Either the caller finds a time that works for them and we proceed to book the appointment, or the caller does not find a time that works for them after subsequent retries. And then we'll have to triage. So first, caller is happy with requested time and is ready to proceed with the booking. All right. So we'll just ask, I'm going to, okay, this is the last step. So get the caller by in step 4. I'll say this, if caller, if time works for caller, always say, I'm going to proceed with the booking. Sound good? Just get a last minute check, because once we transition from here, there's no going back. We're going to book that appointment. So I'll add a function, and this function will simply book the appointment, hit save, add. And 100% of the time, since we're only doing this once, I'm setting it as a node level function, a node function here. So standalone function. And then I'm going to bring it over here. Caller is happy with the time, proceeds, and is ready to book. And of course, if the booking fails for whatever reason, so I'll add 2 separate transitions. If booking success or failure. This is just an API response. Fail, or I'll put else. Either it's successful or else. Delete. So I can go, if it's else and it fails, I'll say I'm having some technical issues. Let me connect you. Let's see. We'll do a send SMS that the person wanted to book the appointment. That'll work. All right. For now, that's fine. Okay, we'll do a book appointment, send SMS if it fails. But that doesn't work because then it goes all the way over here to, is there anything else I can help you with? Which we don't want. So let's delete that and see if there's a better way. Instead, I might just say, the booking failed. We can't say the booking was successful if it didn't actually book. So I think the best way to handle this situation is just to be honest with the caller and say, I'm having some trouble with the booking, but I'm going to flag this for our team to follow up and they'll take care of your appointment. I'm having a technical issue with the booking, but I'm going to flag your request for the team to follow up and take care of it. Okay. For the team to follow up in the next 24 hours. That way they don't get the false assumption that it's actually booked the appointment when it hasn't, and the team is kept in the loop on what exactly is going on. So I'll clone this SMS one just to keep things simple, and we'll message the owner if there's a failure transition. And that's it. Now, that actually works. We could just go from there. Is there anything else I can help you with today? Yeah, so let's just do that. Delete. And we'll merge them all into one flow. You kind of have to think about all the different logical outcomes with where your flows might go. Having a technical issue, and then we will set this to be simply an always skip user response. I deleted my transition, grab it, bring it back, and call SMS. All right, so we've done a little bit of finagling here. Book appointment. If the appointment booking is successful, we will then say, I have successfully booked your appointment for time and day. Let's put time and day, date, and that should be good. We'll say, I'm using this as a prompt, not a static sentence, because I need the LLM to dynamically insert this information. So say, I have successfully booked your appointment for time and date. If you need to cancel, please let us know with minimum 4 hours notice. All right. And then we will go and transition. Always skip user response. Bring it over to, is there anything else I can help you with today? Same idea as before. So we're just all routing it back to the exact same place. Skip user response. Is there anything else I can help you with today? Okay, and if they say yes, then we will route them back. So it looks to me like this flow has worked well. Let's just connect this and check our work. Check availability. All right. And then we will run through this flow. So starting off here, we have the caller wants to book an appointment. Yes. We go through, get the service address, and ask these questions in order. Once they provide their service address, pet information, and who will be home, then we will move on to this, get a clear description of their problem. Agent confirms the caller's issue description, and then we move on to the next step. Okay. Disclose the dispatch fee. The caller is fine with the cost. Then we continue over and we check the availability. If the caller does not agree with the cost, we professionally tell the caller that we cannot continue with the booking. Then we go from there. From there, we book the appointment. Oh, and we're missing this transition. So let's say the caller does not find a requested time. After subsequent retries, the caller, well, we could just leave this, if now that I think about it, and let the caller be happy with the requested time. This is a little bit tricky. So on one hand, we could leave this and only transition if the caller is ready to proceed with the booking. So what that could mean is it indefinitely tries to find a time that works for them. If the caller does not find a good time that works for them, then we could keep retrying. If they eventually just give up, then we could transition. If caller says they are no longer interested in continuing with the booking process, then we could transition out of this. Okay, is there anything else that we can help you with? That's just to give it a way of escape, although this could be more of a temporary solution, as I might use a global prompt, global node to handle this instead. I will think about that one. I'm gonna hit publish. And now we need to test our flows. So let's test our booking appointment. I'm really trying not to skip any steps here, show you exactly what the entire process looks like, my thinking behind it, as you can see. Let's go over to our test, and we need to test the book appointment one, and then we will test the existing customer one. Let's see if the custom mock functions have been added. No, for some reason they're not popping up. This might be because they're using cal.com as the booking function, and you may only be able to do custom mock functions with custom functions. Let's try it right now. I'll add a custom function. I'll just call it like check avail. This function is used to check availability. I'll give it, let's say, like a little webhook, something in there to just put in .com, save, check availability. I'll delete this one and choose check avail. All right, and it gives me a few options here, which is good. I'll add this talk while waiting because I want the agent to say, look, let me look that up for you. So it'll say checking availability. I'll set that as a static sentence. That way, every single time I invoke the functions, the agent will know. And I will add a play a typing sound for realism. And then talk after completion needs to be on. Otherwise, the agent will just stay silent even after the API is sent back the information. And that's the no-go. I hit save. Now let's go ahead and try it. I'll republish, see if that adds the custom function mock. By the way, custom function mock can be incredibly powerful. It'll save you time from having to build out the automations yourself, and you can just instead test your entire wireframe before building the automations, and they'll essentially perform the exact same way. So I'll go to custom function mock. What do I see here? And there it is. Look at that. Check availability. And it added the other ones as well. So I did not need to add a separate one. I'll go ahead and use the check availability one we just made. And I'll just set this to successfully completes the task. What's cool is I can set this to be anything I want. I could maybe have it simulate a failure, a mishap. In this case, I'll have it to be success, and I'll give it some available times. The next available slot is May 15th at 8 p.m. And then May 16th all day. All right, so I'm just pretending to be an API. I'm gonna hit save, and I'll do the same for the booking so we can see what it looks like when it goes through and books the appointment. Book appointment, we've successfully booked your appointment. Hit save. All right, I'm gonna publish, and now I'm gonna test our flow and see how it sounds. Thanks for calling. This is Grace on a recorded line. How can I help you? Hey, Grace, I need to set up an appointment. See what happens? Okay, so you'd like to set up a service appointment, right? Yes. Say yes. Move on to the next step. All right, can you give me the service address, street, city, and zip? I'll confirm it back to you. It does not need to say I'll confirm it back to you. So always, I'll actually just edit this. Don't say you will confirm it back. Confirm it back. Just confirm it. The reason I don't want it to say is any unnecessary words should just be eliminated. It's going to, it might sound insignificant, but over the course of tens of thousands of calls over the lifespan of this agent, a few extra sentences add up and they do end up costing lots of money. I'd like to book an appointment. Okay, so you'd like to, yes. And see, now it's following the prompt. I would debug this if I had more time and verify. All right, that's service address. What's your service address? It's 234 Timber Valley Way, Virginia Beach, Virginia. Zip is 568324. All right. Did I get that right? Any dogs or pets the tech should know about? Did I get that right? I'd like it to not say, did I get that right? And then go straight into the next question. Any dogs or pets that the tech should know about? Do you notice how that's a little bit unnatural? For receptionist was actually talking would be saying these things one at a time. So I'll give it a little bit of a rule. Just something like telling it, you know, rule, ask in order, one at a time. If you say, did I get that right? Do not ask another question in the same breath if you ask. So I'm giving it something specific that I would not like it to continue to do. Perfect example. All right, refresh it. All right, I've updated the prompt, and now I'm going to give that same information again. Virginia Beach. And it says it correctly this time. Did I get that right without asking another question? I say yes, and then we move on to the next. Got it. Any dogs or pets the tech should know about? Yes, one big dog. All right, who will be home? Just me? All right, and what's going on? What's the plumbing issue? Yeah, the bathroom is just flooding a little. All right, so your bathroom's flooding a bit. Can you tell me where the water's coming from? It's just the shower. Good question. That was a good follow-up. All right, our dispatch fee is 89 that cover the tech coming out. What's going on? And it gets applied. Is that okay? Yes, that's okay. They're fine with the cost. This is going really well so far. What time of day works best for you? Do you have anything tomorrow? Now, here's what's going to happen. It's going to check the availability function. It's going to return that there's no availability tomorrow. And then it's going to have to work with the caller to find another alternative time. Checking availability. There it goes. Because of our custom function mock, looks like our next available slot is tomorrow, May 15th at 8 p.m. That's not tomorrow. Good, we catched a mistake. Today is May 12th, so that's not tomorrow. We also have openings all day. The reason it's doing that is because it doesn't have access to the current time. There's a mistake and it needs to be corrected. So go over here to time zone sets. While we were checking the available time direct in code, it doesn't mean the entire agent has available time. So let's just go and set it to, we'll just say LA. And I'm going to update the deployment. All right, so now I've updated the global prompt and I'm going to ask it the same question we did previously. Do you guys have anything open tomorrow? Let's see what it does. Looks like our next slot is tomorrow, May 15th. Okay, it's still getting it wrong. Now, this is interesting. The global settings have the correct time. Oh, it didn't save the time. Interesting. Well, here's what I'm going to do. So one thing you can do is hit save this template so I can run it again. I'll just call this the booking template and I don't have to re-input all of my questions or simulations. Okay, it's saved. And now what I'll do is go over here, change it again. I suppose it wasn't working and that's okay. LA. Yeah, it's not updating. So let me refresh, try it again. And now it's correctly set to LA. Let's publish it and it should work. I'll be curious to see if it works just from this global prompt. Sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes you have to put it directly into the sub agent, giving it the current time. But it'll be interesting to see. Okay, so now we go back to testing the assistant. All right, now I'm going to ask it again. Do you have anything tomorrow? And it should have access. Yeah, it's not getting it. So the global setting prompt, even with the current time set up in here, it's not working. So I'm going to have to put it directly into the sub agent. This is what I'm used to doing anyway. I just wanted to see if it could work. So I'll put in current time is equal is, I'll say current time and day. equal to dynamic variable current underscore time underscore America slash Los underscore Angeles. And that should give us their current time for Los Angeles and date, just like that. Okay. So now, when it returns this function, if I hit publish, it should return the function properly with giving the correct time and day. And I can look at my custom function mock. Yeah, May 15th is obviously not today or tomorrow. I can regenerate this, replay the entire chat and watch it go through and see if it gets it right. Now, sometimes it will say it's not following the prompt when you just haven't refreshed the agent properly. It's just something about the way this platform works. All right, filling it out, hands-free. It was just my sync. It's been left as is. You have anything tomorrow? And there it goes. It did it correctly this time. Looks like our next available slot is Thursday, May 15th. So notice now it's not saying tomorrow is May 15th because we added the correct current time variable. That's very good. Now let's go ahead and book the appointment. Let's do May 15th at 8 p.m. This is why, of course, we test and test and test. All right, it says, I have successfully booked your appointment. If you need to cancel, please let us know 4 hours in advance. Anything else you need help with? And then it transitions to the next node. It says, is there anything else you need help with? Notice it says it twice. We do not need to say that. So I'm going to go back over to this node and just say, always say I've successfully booked your appointment. Never say, is there anything else you need help with? Always say verbatim. So basically, I'm giving it a static sentence nested within a prompt so that it can dynamically use the time and date, and then giving it some rules at the bottom as well. All right, that's good. I'm going to hit publish, and that should be everything for our booking flow. We've successfully tested the booking and emergency flow. Next, let's test the existing customer flow. Go over to my test. I'm doing a manual chat, and I'll just say, look, I need some help with coming in on Friday. Now let's see what it says. Do you need help with booking? Are you looking to schedule an appointment? Actually, I needed a quote. Okay, so are you looking to book a service? Now it's trying to figure out what to do with me. All right, well, before we even do that, let's make sure we've triaged what an existing customer is and defined it for the agent. So otherwise, they're an existing customer asking about a current job. So let me give a few fine-tuning examples there. That way it won't make these mistakes. So let's go over to the fine-tuning examples. Remember how we did this before? And I'll hit fine-tune the transition. And if, hey, I'm calling about a job you guys did last week, something like this. All right. And then I'll just say, let's transition right away to, let me give it the agents. Oh, so you're calling about a project we completed for you last week. Is that right? So it's just confirming. And then if that's the case, we will go over and transition. I'm selecting the next node to transition to for an existing customer only. Hit save. And now it's going to transition to this node. Actually, did I press the right one? It should go to existing customer, and that's code. Code. Yes, code node. I did the wrong one. Hit save. All right. So I'm giving it some more fine-tuning examples. This way, I'm going to just test it again now. Say, hey, you guys completed a project for me a while back. All right, so you're calling about a project we did for you. You're needing help with warranty. Yeah, I needed to follow up on something about that job. And now it should execute the code. And let's see what happens. It executed the code, but nothing happened. So why did nothing happen? It's a good question. Interesting. Ah, I made a typo. This is why we test. Notice here, I have the dynamic variable fully written out with 2 curly brackets on both sides. But on this one right here, I'm missing the other side to this dynamic variable. So now it probably came back with business hours as false, but it didn't have anywhere to go, and it got confused. And that's interesting because I only gave it 2 binary options. I did not give it an else. If it had an else statement, it probably could have gone somewhere else. So I'm going to hit publish and try it again now. Good. Execute code. All right, let's rerun this and see. Boom, it did it. Yes, I need to follow up, execute code, and it says, since we are outside of business hours, could you just tell me what your inquiry is regarding? That way I'll have someone follow up with you as soon as possible. This is great. Yeah, I think you guys need to give me a warranty. I never got it in writing. All right. So you're saying you never received a warranty in writing? Just to be sure, are you asking for a copy of the warranty? I'll make sure someone follows up. Yeah, just a copy, please. And then from there, it should email the front desk. And then it says, is there anything else I can help you with? No, that's it. All right, thanks for calling. Have a great rest of your day. And it takes care of the inquiry. It could be a little bit smoother, but again, we're just building out a scaffolding and it worked. Okay. So what I would do if I were to take this to the next level, I'd begin to try and fine tune every single possible transition here. So I'd fine tune this node, these nodes, any nodes that are relying on the caller or that have multiple different transitions like this node here, I'd fine tune it to get that transition to be a lot more reliable. And that's just what it will take. All right, now the only thing that we're missing so far, we've built out the 3 major flows. We've built out the book appointment flow. We've built out the emergency plumbing and then the existing customer. What happens if someone asks like a question, like a few Q&As, like what are your guys' pricing? And then more importantly, what happens if someone asks one of these questions when they're halfway through the booking process or through the existing customer flow? We need to be able to handle that. And currently our agent does not handle that. So for example, if I were to talk to this agent, I'll just show you just how devastating this is. I'm halfway through. I need to follow up on something. Let's say we're over here. Yeah, I think you guys gave me the wrong warranty. Notice there is nowhere to transition to besides the next node. So what if I say, actually, can you just tell me what your guys' pricing is really quick? This is entirely possible for a caller to ask. But because it's stuck in this node, it will not be able to handle that. So you want to know about your pricing, right? To clarify. And it won't be able to give the pricing like it should be since it's trained on the knowledge. So instead, what we need to do is we need to define a global edge case that can handle anytime a caller asks something that's outside of the node job or requirements. And that's exactly what we'll do. We'll go over here to node, refresh this, create this node, and we will call this our global node. This will be like our global FAQ node that can be referenced at any time. And in this node, I will take all of the frequently asked questions that we have down here, FAQ knowledge base. This is the same as if you were to have a knowledge base, except I'm going to just pump it all into a node. Answer callers based off the information inside of this node. If the information is not inside this node, politely say, I don't know. But I can get someone to help you who does. Okay. Now this global node, we need to describe, number one, the transition for which the condition is fulfilled when the callers jump to this node. Say, when the caller has a question about pricing, about business, about service area, about services, about payments, about brands, or any general information regarding the business, trigger this node. I will then give it a few examples to build off of. So global node, add example conversations to tell the AI when to jump to this global node. Again, we're fine tuning now, but for global nodes. It's pretty cool, isn't it? So now I'm going to do jump to global node or not to jump to global node. Here's an example of when to jump to global node. I had trouble finding pricing on your website, and then it jumps to the global node. I'm just going to give it a conversation example. I'm not even going to give it what the agent should respond. It should know how to do that. Hit save. Here's an example of when not to jump to a global node. Yeah, I want to book an appointment. Now, those are pretty obvious, but we can get more detailed than that. Notice we've got how to book an appointment, emergency plumbing. There's more nuanced ones, and when it comes to getting close to those edge cases and splitting hairs, that's where you really want to be precise. The next would be go back to previous node. So this is a great feature to have because imagine that we're halfway through the conversation, we're in this node, and then it jumps to the global node, but has no way to get back from the global node to where it was in the conversation besides restarting the entire flow, which would throw everything off. So thanks to this new feature, we can say go back to previous node, and we can describe the condition that will send it back to whichever node it was previously at. So we have to speak in general terms here. When checked, the agent will have the ability to configure conditions for going back to previous node that leads to the global node. And I'm going to hit check for this. I'll go back to there's a condition right here, go back condition. And I'll put in when the caller has all their questions answered. And then I'm going to give this part of the prompt. After you answer a caller's question, say, did you have any other questions? Just to make sure we get all of the questions out while we're on this global node. Did you have any other questions? If no, go back transition. If yes, keep answering until complete. Okay, so now we're giving it this rule here that it knows. We're not going to be transitioning from this global node anywhere, so I'll just delete this. It's only a to transition and then a go back transition. And that's just it. All right, so now we will try it's set up. The last little setting you can configure is this once triggered, this global node will be paused for the next end steps. We can prevent immediate retrigger. This can be helpful if you don't want it jumping to a global node every single time the caller asks a question. Or maybe you don't want it to trigger right after it's been triggered previously. It can be maybe a false positive that you're trying to prevent, etc. In this case, I don't think it applies. I think anytime someone asks a question that the global node could answer, I want it to go to the global node. And if it has to go back and forth, that's perfectly fine with me. But there are cases where this might be useful. You can turn that on and off right there. I'll hit publish. And let's go ahead and test this. All right. And after this, the last step that will be remaining is configuring this node here that agents need to be able to route to and from. Remember I said at the beginning I was going to follow up on a node we were building. That's the one. All right, so test, manual chat. Hi, I'm going to begin a conversation with you. And I'm going to just say, yeah, I need to follow up. I never got my warranty. Since we're outside of business hours, could you tell me what the inquiry is regarding? Okay. This is actually something I noticed I could fix. This is a static sentence, but I already just said I'm following up about my warranty, and the agent's going, could you tell me what this issue is regarding? I should instead set this to be a prompt, and I'll say, just acknowledge the user's issue if they've already mentioned it. That way it doesn't sound like the agent's completely tone deaf. It makes it sound more realistic. So I'll say, prompt, I'll make it like a static sentence, but as we've done previously, I'll say, always say, since we are outside of business hours, XYZ, and then I'll put in parentheses, if the caller already mentioned what it's regarding, just say, just confirm that. Just confirm that. Okay. I'll put that in parentheses. Now the agent knows what to do. And I'm giving it a script per se. Publish. And I'll rerun this one. Yeah, I'm calling because I never got a warranty for my house. So you're calling because you haven't received your paperwork. Yes, exactly. So it's asking, all right, so you haven't received your warranty paperwork. I'll have someone follow up with you as soon as possible. Can I get your name and best number to reach you? Actually, I had a question about your pricing before that, please. Can you tell me what you guys offer? Now, it should successfully jump to the global node. And it didn't. Uh-oh. So you want to know more about our pricing? Can you tell me which plumbing issue? Mm-mm-mm-mm. So, it did not jump to the global node. Let's see. We could also try giving some more examples to fine-tune the conversation. We'll try that. And we'll try making the rules a little bit sharper. So say always transition when caller has a question about pricing, business area, brands, about any of these. Or any general question at all. Okay. I'll add more, jump to this global node. Could you tell me about your pricing? Or more generally, what is your pricing? So flat out giving it exactly what it needs to transition, jump to this global node. Okay, publish it. All right, now let's test it again. I'm calling because I was wondering what your guys' pricing is. Okay, so you want to ask about pricing. It did not jump again, but it should be. Okay, now it did. Good. Yeah, so we don't quote prices over the phone. We do have an $89 dispatch fee once the tech checks out. Did you have any other questions? No, that's it. So it did transition. That's good. It checked beforehand, and then it went back to this original node. That's actually exactly what I wanted. Every single time the user responds, I always wanted to go here. So that's perfect. We'd have to keep fine-tuning the transition to make sure it's working across all of these nodes. But this is a great way to protect us, and it's something standard I use across my production agents. Well, now let's do some final checks of this agent and make sure everything is connected properly. So I'll go through some of these flows, and I'll start off by just going through the existing customer flow. I've checked it. I'll make sure if we're doing a call transfer, what happens. Oh, this one doesn't have a transition, so we'll add this here. It looks like our team is unavailable right now. They will reach out to you as soon as they can. And then we will just transition to, is there anything else we can help you with today? Describe the transition. We'll set it as skip user response always whenever it says it just goes, is there anything else we can help you with today? If the caller needs additional help, this is what we needed to configure. Your job is to resolve any of the caller's queries. That is not built out. So this, what we could do, we have two options. We could actually route this directly to this original node to figure out what the caller needs and just go back through the beginning. But then we run the risk of the caller accidentally saying the same thing they'd mentioned previously if they're confused, and then it routes them in loops. Unlikely, so it's probably fine if I route this here. But it's probably better practice to have a standalone separate agent that handles routing once a caller has already gone through one of the flows. To save time, I'll use the one that works. Good is better than perfect, but that's just something to keep in mind. So I'll delete this one. One thing you can do is press these and you can highlight them to see where it actually goes, which is nice and helpful to have. And then when I drag this around, I can see that X button. I'll delete this one and just route it back to the beginning. If caller needs no additional help, let me grab and map this back to the original. All right, it seems like all our nodes are connected, but let's make sure. All right, always say this, XYZ, the caller has been informed he will be followed up on. Success and failures are accounted for in call SMS. Look good. Is there anything else I can help you with? Thanks for calling. Have a great rest of your day. I might just say this as a prompt. Always say, thanks for calling. I could say, always say, thanks for calling, caller name. Make it a little bit more personable. Now, there's a risk in this because it might mispronounce the caller's name and then have a counter effect. But I find that it's a nice touch at the end of the agent. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for calling. Beautiful. Publish those changes and let me move on to the rest. All right. So it's done those main ones. Let's go over to the plumbing flow. If they have an emergency, we take care of their emergency. They provide their address. We get the tech on the line for them. transfer the call. Oh, what happens if the transfer fails? Well, if the transfer fails, we can say the same thing we said over here when the transfer fails, which is it looks like our team is unavailable right now. They will reach out to you as soon as possible. I will route that over here and it will be interconnected already. Perfect. Now, if there's something else, that's the end of it for the emergency function. Good. Now for booking appointments. What if the caller needs to book an appointment? Well, we've gone through this already. Caller is fine with the caller, does not agree with the cost, caller needs no additional help, caller needs help. Does this route to all the right places? Yes, it does. And just checking it through. Check availability, caller is happy with the requested time and ready to proceed. Caller is no longer interested. We have success and else. And then we tell them, successfully booked the appointment. Is there anything else we can help you with today? Or if it fails, we have a technical issue. All right, so we have 3 flows completely mapped out and accounted for in every possible logical outcome that I can see. This is exactly how I build out my production conversational flow agents. You're beginning to see this is a simple one, albeit, but it's a real conversational flow agent nonetheless. And we've used quite a few different functions. You've used the subagent node, the extract variable, the code nodes, the conversation node, the function node, both in the node and outside the node, custom mock functions. So if you've built this out, you've definitely built a real conversational flow agent. So that's legit. Now that you feel comfortable in getting your toes in the water with conversational flow, now we need to move on to building conversational flow agents with Claude Code. And of course, I'm actually giving away this entire agent for free that we've just built down below, so you can download it and import it directly into your Retell AI account if you want to take a closer look. To recap, we've covered testing nodes and transitions, and of course, we've developed your first symbol flow agent. Now we need to take an introduction into Claude Code. So what is Claude Code? In short, Claude Code is an agentic coding system that builds features, fixes bugs, and automates repetitive development tasks. For builders without an engineering background, it's a perfect entry point that didn't exist into software development. So what that means practically for us as conversational flow builders, we can now punch way above our weight class building agents that are far more complex with Claude Code than we'd have to do manually, like we just accomplished ourselves, which took a lot of effort. So what that means is we can build agents in 1/10 the time and 10 times the complexity with Claude Code that was previously unavailable to us before. I think that if you're just building conversational flow agents for the first time, you might be intimidated by Claude Code, but it's not anything to be afraid of. I consider this now to be essential to your voice AI arsenal, especially if you're considering building production grade conversational flow agents for clients. In other words, you must learn Claude Code. So now, while I'm not going to go through all of the basics of Claude Code, or this video would be 10 hours long, I have included some of the highest quality tutorials on Claude Code below that I recommend you get up to speed with before diving into this. Now, if you're already up to speed on Claude Code, you'll fit right in. I'll go ahead and start my terminal session in Claude Code. You can do this in an IDE or just directly in your terminal. For me, it works easiest just to have my terminal screen. They don't crash as much as well. But I'll start my Claude Code in dangerously skip permissions mode. I have a little hotkey for that. Notice bypass permissions are on. And there's essentially 2 ways to get Claude Code to help with building conversational flow agents. The first way is to get Claude Code all trained up on conversational flow. You see, out of the box, Claude Code has no idea how to build conversational flow agents with Retell AI because it's not part of its training data. So what you have to do is give it all of the training data, Retell AI's documentation, best practices for conversational flow. What I would do is I'm building conversational flow agents, all of that, feed it into the model so that it can begin to get an understanding of how to build these assistants. Or simpler approach, I've already went ahead and done that. It's taken me months to develop and take all of my production grade client agents, feed them into Claude Code, and I turn that into a Claude skill that is available inside my community. I put a lot of work into it, so it is inside my group. But I do recommend, if you don't want to join my group, you can absolutely build this yourself and follow along with this video. It's just going to take more effort. If you do end up building it yourself, you'll have to use a prompt like this. Claude, I need you to begin helping me piece together all of the Retell AI documentation on conversational flow and its best practices. And then in addition to that, I would have to recommend you go over to Retell AI and give it as many successful conversational flow agents you can find as training data. Download it, train the assistant off what you're looking for. So first and foremost, I'm going to use the skill I already have, and I'm just going to reference this skill by just saying skills Convo Flow Builder. Retell Flow Builder is the name of it. and I'm going to give it my client documentation for a Retell AI agent. And this client requirements documentation outlines everything that the voice agent will need to do. It's a much more complex agent than the one we just built. It's for a law firm, and there's a lot going in here. Here we even have a mermaid diagram of what it needs to look like. And so what I'm going to do to start is copy and paste all of this, and I'm going to give it to Claude Code. And I'm just going to say, all right, I want you to build this conversational flow agent from scratch based off this documentation using the skill. Go. I'll hit enter. I'm using Whisper Flow, by the way, if you're curious. And you're going to freak about what it can do. It's so impressive. Now, this skill is something I've developed to be best for me. So what that means is it will walk me through a few steps before we actually deploy this agent to production. And to be clear, this is not going to completely finish your development process. It's only meant to give you a brief scaffolding of your agent to work off of from there. Still requires a lot of work and manual testing, but it just supercharges your productivity when you're starting out. So now it's saying I will build this from scratch using the skill. Beautiful. Given the doc is exhaustive, I'll skip discovery, lay out the architecture, build the JSON, validate, and prep for deployment. Let me first explore the skill script and references. So normally inside of this skill, if I want to develop a conversational flow agent completely from scratch, I can actually talk to Claude Code and say, I want this, and it will piece together a sort of mermaid diagram of the completed agent before we end up building it. That way we can agree or disagree on parts of the agent before it gets hard-coded into production. But since this document is already super exhaustive, Claude Code can have access to it and know exactly what I want in a clear picture. And that way we can skip the process entirely and just begin building out the agent. So it's reading the files and it's creating now a to-do list of everything that needs to be done. All right. And I know if you're just starting out with Claude Code, this might look a little intimidating, but please don't be intimidated. It really is just like ChatGPT, except it's like a human who's controlling your computer and can do a lot more than chat, in other words. So it's designing the flow architecture and handbook. It's going to begin writing the global prompt and node instructions, build a full conversational JSON, and validate the flow. Okay, there's a few other things going on here under the hood that I want to be transparent about. When it's going about writing this global prompt, this is another thing, Claude Code does not know how to prompt these voice agents out of the box. It's not trained on building voice AI prompts because they're separate from just normal prompts. And so what I've had to do here is also develop a special skill that is also in my community in this package that prompts voice agents for Claude Code. And it will help doing, across all of the agents that I've prompted, it will help with getting everything just right. So that's another additional skill that's going on here. A few other skills that are inside of this. So we have, it's kind of a full directory. We have a test skill, which we'll get to later, that helps with the entire testing process. Again, you can recreate all this yourself, and that's why I'm trying to be as transparent about all of it, but it just will save you time using my direct skills here. So I will give you a few other examples. So I have my prompting skill. I'd say that's like my main one I use a lot. Number two, I'd have, let me write this over here, the flow builder skill. And this is the one that it does two things really. It creates a flow chart of the agent. So it handles things like design, which can be quite complicated when you get to complex agents. Just mapping out what the agent will look like. And then it handles the actual API syntax. It understands how to build the agent from the API, code the nodes, and wire them together with the correct transitions. That means it has to have access to all of the documentation on the best practices for wiring of tool calls, etc. So that's the two main things this is doing. And then the third would be a testing skill that essentially trains Claude Code on how to test conversational flow agents directly inside of Retell AI. And this is a game changer because, as you saw previously, testing manually can get pretty exhaustive as well. All right, so let's check in with our agent and see how things are going. Depending on how you do this, you'll get something that looks like this. I'll write the full JSON flow, and this is the main work, and it's beginning to build. Here we have the amount of minutes it's taking, about 4 minutes. I've seen this take anywhere from 10 all the way to 30 minutes. It just depends on the complexity of the conversational flow agent. There really is a lot going on under the hood that you need to keep in mind. The last step here, of course, is I need to give my Retell API key over to Claude Code. So I'll go over to my Retell account, X out of this, just go to Settings, API Keys, and I'll grab an API key from right here, and I'm going to paste it in. So when it asks it of me, I will send it right over. All right, it looks like it's almost done. We'll see how it goes. I'll check back in a second. All right, and now it says deployed. Apparently it already had my API key. It tells me that it's all in the dashboard, so I'll go ahead and check and see how it looks. Now, to be clear, whenever you're building with conversational flow powered by Claude Code, you'll notice that it doesn't always do exactly what you want, but it does get you a good starting point. All right, it's built it, but it's all on top of each other. The formatting's a little bit weird, which I don't like. So let's try and fix that. I'll press auto layout nodes. And now it's organized them nicely. Okay. I'll first make a quick change, and then I'll go through the rest of these nodes to find all of the extra changes I want to make, and then we'll update this agent from there. So first, we've already triaged whether this is a client that's recognized or not. And so I'd prefer to change this from a prompt to a static sentence. And I'd just like to say, greet the caller by saying, thanks for calling. Law firm, just say that. This is Grace. How can I? This is Grace. I recognize your phone number is tied to the name. I recognize your phone number is tied to client first name. Is this correct? Is this correct? And how can I help you today? So first, callers confirm they are the name of the client and they stated what they need. Well, then from here, we go over to this node. We check whether it's business hours or not. Now, this is an alternative method that Claude could use. It didn't write out the code, the previous method we used. This method does not always work very well, but I'll roll with it for now. So you already know the method I use. Right now is within business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m., based on current time, America, Chicago. If it is, we warm transfer. If it's not in business hours, then we will go over here, returning after hours message, tell the caller our office is closed and you can take a message for their attorney's paralegal. Capture 1, the reason they're calling, the best callback number, confirm against from number, and 3, the best time of day to reach them. Read the number back. Okay, so it's giving it a few examples. Read the number back. The only thing I'd ask is confirm against from number, promise a callback by the end of 8:15. This is not the best way I'd prompt this node, but let's see if it works. The caller has shared the reason for calling and confirm callback number. And then from here, it'll go to the end of call. All right, that's if it's after business hours. And we've also done the flow if it is during business hours, excuse me. Okay, so caller has been answered. Now, let's do this next flow, going all the way back to our beginning to stay organized here. Now let's say the caller said they are not that person. What do? Well, we have to next classify the new caller's intent. So we'll just route them directly to a new caller flow. This is the same flow we route to if the caller name does not exist in the automation. And further in this tutorial, you will see how to actually build out the automation that passes the new or returning customer dynamic variables at the front end of this conversation that checks the database if they exist or not. And now let's figure out what the caller needs. So there are 5 buckets. A general question about the firm. Yeah, I don't like how it's just dumped everything in here. I will have to edit this a little bit. Caller is asking about general question about the firm, hours, location, practice, pricing. This is good, but I'm going to make some edits because I notice in a lot of these prompts, it's not prompting the way I like. So that's going to be my first note. Let's fix the prompting, and I can feed this back into the model. Fix prompting. Format. It should have the rules, and it should be better organized. Now let's see if that's the same for the transitions. If I look at these transitions down here, it says caller is asking about general question, firm hours, location, practice areas, fees, what to bring, languages. Caller has been hurt, caller's a billing question, caller explicitly asked. These are actually very good transitions. This is high quality. So let's go through the first transition. What if they have a general question? Well, in this case, I imagine it should be a global node. Answers the caller's question from only the firm facts and FAQ and knowledge base. Now, if the question is outside the knowledge base, it gives it a route out the door. That's good. If the caller asks about practice areas we don't handle, criminal, immigration, bankruptcy, business litigation, and all of these things, it says, sorry, I can't give legal advice. This is good for compliance. This might be something we need to make as a global node. So I'll note that as well. Potential FAQ to global node. All right. What else do we need to change? Caller's questions has been answered and they have no further questions. Ask these 4 questions in order. So this is if the caller's questions have been answered or they want to end the call. Then we ask these questions. Can I get your full name? And what would you like me to call you? When did the incident happen? What kind of incident? Is this the right one? Okay. Why is it routing to here? No, it's not. That was weird. Yeah, it's routing to something else. So if the caller has already had their questions answered, it will end the call. That's good. All right. So next, caller now wants to discuss a personal injury matter or schedule a consultation. What do we do in this situation? Well, in this case, we acknowledge what they just shared with one short empathetic line. For example, I'm sorry that this happened. Then tell them you'll ask a handful of questions so an attorney can follow up. The way it's prompting here is just more instructional and it's less from an example perspective. And remember, when it comes to prompting, the best skill you need to learn is to teach the agents that they need to see it in example. You need to show, not just tell. And so Claude Code, while that's in the skill, is not following it exactly. So we're going to fix that. Back to this prompting format plus show, not tell. Too much telling. Now, next, caller confirmed they're ready to proceed with the questions. Then we ask these questions. Let's see how the questions are formatted. Capture each question verbatim, do not paraphrase. When did the incident happen? The date and time. What kind of incident was it? Where did it happen? If they give you a zip, repeat it back as 5 digits. If they don't know the zip, ask for the closest cross street city. Never skip a question, never reorder them. After question 4, move to the extraction step. That's fine. All 4 questions have been answered. It did a good job here. We then extract all of this information, the caller's full name, their preferred name, their incident time. So you recognize all of this, how to extract variables, because we've been doing it, incident zip. And then we set it to after user responds. Why is it after user responds? I don't think we even need to say after user responds here. What does the user need to say here? This might need to be just skip user response. Make a note of this. Extract. This could be set to skip user. Okay. Next. In license jurisdiction, incident state equals Texas, LA. So now it's extracting. That's okay. I like what it's doing. That's okay. It's not bad. So what it's doing here is it's taking the state and then saying, okay, if the state is in Alaska or Texas or LA, it's using a logic split node, which is smart, a conversational flow, to transition to its appropriate place based off the state. The only thing that I don't understand is it transitions all to the exact same place. So why is it bifurcating it into a logic split node? Maybe we'll see why. Ask these 4 questions in order, wait for the answers. Can you tell me what injury happened? What kind of medical treatment was a police report there? Are you currently represented by another attorney for this matter? Q8 is critical. Listen carefully. Okay. And move to next. Do not ask questions 9 or 10. The way it's prompted here is very good. It's giving the step rules. This is what you need to do. Ask for each question in order. And then it's giving the clear steps. This is pretty much exactly what I would do. So props to Claude Code here. Question 5 through 8 have been answered. And then it's extracting more. Yeah, consistently it's doing after user responds, which would mean that the user would have to talk at this step where there's no reason for it to talk. So we're probably gonna have to change that. Currently represented, true or false. It's converting this into logical deterministic splits, which is not bad. So if it is currently represented, then we will transition to got it because you're already represented by another attorney on this matter. Our professional rules don't let me discuss any case further. I'll let you know. If they're not professionally represented, ask these 2 questions in order, wait for each, and capture them verbatim. It's very good. Both questions are answered. Extract again. Callback email. What is your insurance carrier and what is... Okay, let's look at these more closely. I already see a problem. Who is your auto or health insurance carrier? That's fine. But the problem is here, what's the best number and email to reach you? And is there a time of day that works? That's too many questions in one little phrase, okay, my guy? Like, what are you doing? You need to break that up. And you asked for email in the worst possible way. So instead, let's just say, look, first of all, what are we asking? What's the best number and email to reach you? First, let's just ask, is the number you're calling from the best one to reach you? Okay. And then we just put in parentheses like we've done previously. If yes, store, very simply, just the user number as a dynamic variable. We don't have to overcomplicate this. Keep it simple. If no, ask for the number and repeat it back to them. Now here's where a lot of LLMs and people mess up as well. What's the best email to reach you? You should never say what's the best email. Instead, you should always say, could you spell out your email? Could you spell out your email address for me? And then there's a very specific prompt I use for all of my agents in capturing email correctly. Otherwise, it will get it wrong. So first you need to spell, because these agents do a terrible job listening to emails over the phone. And so the caller needs to be very precise. Could you spell out your email address for me? Yes. Then always repeat back the email address to the caller by spelling it back out to them. An example of this would be mark@gmail.com. Now, here's an example. An example of this would be, so your email is, and then we use the little dashes here. So your email is, zoom in. Why isn't it zooming in? It's fine, you could see it, I suppose. So your email is mark, put in the dash, dash, dash. At, instead of the @ sign, at gmail.com. And I will say in parentheses, always say at instead of in place of the @ symbol for Gmail. This is the way that you collect email consistently and reliably. Then repeat back the email address to the caller by spelling it back out to them. An example of this would be, so your email is mark@gmail.com, mark@gmail.com. Let's give it a better example, 1, 2. And it says them both. Those dashes ensure that the agent will actually spell it back to them. All right. And what is the best time of day? So I'll just delete these parts. And is there a time and day that works best? All right. So we'll give it the steps, Q9, Q10, Q11. I'm just copying its formatting. It's nothing particular about the way it's doing it. And then Q12. And is there a time and day that works best? And then this one, we'll change it. And the number and file is the number you're calling from the best would reach you? What? It says to spell it out. We can delete all this. Except the never skip spellback. I like that. Rule, never skip spellback. And that's pretty good. What we have right there. Hit publish. Does this transition look back? We'll just say both questions answered. Callback number and email confirm back. That's good. repeat information, we extract it, give a quick verbal summary, keep it tight. Okay, so I have XYZ, then move on. And then we do a quick intake check on business hours and transfer or not. From there, if the transfer fails, we tell them we're closed down and we end the call. Now this is pretty good. We've tested or looked through the major flows. Now we need to check the last flow, which is caller has another question that the agent can't answer from firm facts and wants a human. So in this case, what we do is we go down here, FAQ, unresolved business hours. We check if it's business hours, and then we do another warm transfer. If it's not business hours, we say our office is closed. We take a brief message, and we end the call. So this is pretty much it. Now, I think we're also doing the same thing. This is all 3 scenarios here that are handled for new callers. We already have handled the new caller flow and the, wait a second. Oh, this was from FAQ. Hold on. We've handled the greet returning client, the FAQ, and now let's just check the new caller flow. So we check the general flow. Let's check if the caller's been hurt. Go through these. And I'm consistently seeing, as I'm looking through these, that the prompting needs to be fixed a little bit. Caller has billing question. Just going to check where this goes. I'm not going to be too extreme about it. Billing question, warm transfer. Okay. And next one, they want to speak with a human. We already know where this one goes. It checks business hours. Caller is from the press, media, or a reporter. All right. There's already a few things I'd change if we're doing a call transfer, human escalation. Oh, it already did it. I was going to say, whenever you're doing a call transfer or human escalation, the agent needs to be able to fall back on a human, etc. You should always make that a global node so that the agent can refer to it at any point in the conversation. Global node escalation. Let's see what the settings are on this. It's set to a global node, but node settings. Global node, caller explicitly asked to speak to a real person, a human, a representative, an attorney, etc. Or can't get help from the agent. This is great. All right, it's mapped out a lot of the logical possibilities, so I didn't have to. It's just a few things in prompting that I'd like to be fixed. And we'll get that squared away. All right. Also, if the caller name does not exist, we need to greet them properly. So that's the other thing that's missing here. And I think that will be it before I bring my changes back to Claude Code. And you're going to see how I do that. There's a specific way I do this. So I'll close, then go greeting. Caller does not exist. What do we do here? We say, thanks for calling. This is Amy on a recorded line. How can I help you? And then we will then just do always after user response. Because we already know that this is a new caller. Classify new caller intent. So we have both examples set as static sentences. Either it's a returning customer or a new customer. And then we both classify. Okay, or go directly. All right, now that's good. Let's go ahead and bring our changes back to Claude Code. So here are my changes. I want to fix the prompting format to show, not tell. And I think that's the main one. And then maybe turn the global node into an FAQ. So, all right, I've made a few changes here that I'd like you to fix. Make sure, I know the skill says this, but always make sure that you take the latest version of my published agent and you edit that one. You don't edit an older version, okay? I'm going to pause right here. This is probably one of the most important things you'll learn. Always make sure you tell these models to take from the latest version. My skill already does that by default, but just to be sure, these LLMs, sometimes I'll have Claude Code pull from an older version of my Claude Code or my conversational flow agent, and it will update from that older version, completely bypassing all of the changes I made in the meantime, and I'll lose all of them. So always make sure you publish A and then tell Claude Code to take from that latest published agent. Very important. All right, so now I'm going to tell it, you've made these changes. I want you to make these changes exactly. If you notice, you've done some good prompting in certain parts where it's following the steps, it's asking questions, but then in other parts, it just feels like you're giving flat out instructions instead of showing, not just telling the agent. So in some of the nodes where it's needed, you should give it a role, just keep it small, concise, and then also give it clear steps, organized better in what it's supposed to do. Again, for the question nodes that you've made, ones that are just going through Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, I think that's just fine. But for other ones, it doesn't seem like you're giving good examples to the agents. Okay, that's the first change. The second change I want to make is to get it to fine-tune the transitions. I already know that Claude can fine-tune a lot better than I can, and it'll be faster. So I want to give it, for every transition or node with over 2 or 3 transitions, I want you to add fine-tuning examples for that transition, please. You don't have to go overboard, maybe just 2, or as many fine-tuning transitions as there are transitions for each node. Please go ahead and do that so long as the node transitions are over 2. That would be great. Make them realistic. And then lastly, I'd like you to check if the FAQ node could be made as a global node, since I know callers halfway through some of the flows might have a general question that FAQ node could answer, and then make sure that it routes back, it can return back to the previous point in its conversation. That also should need fine-tuning. Now, hopefully you're following me what I just said. In case you didn't catch that, I've told it 3 things. Told it I wanted to add fine-tuning examples like we manually did. Again, number 2, I've told it I need you to go through that FAQ node and turn it into a global node. Now I could do that, but I'm a little lazy. I'd like it to do it itself. And I'd like it to also add those fine-tuning examples as well. And then lastly, I've given it a set of instructions for making the prompts a little bit better. These prompts here that are just kind of like a blop, and they're not very good at showing the agent how it's supposed to speak. It doesn't have much rules. It could do better. I've given it, the command to fix this as well. Keep in mind, this is exactly why you build agents manually first before you try and automate them with Claude Code. If you don't know how to build the assistant yourself, you're not going to be able to have Claude Code do all the work for you. You simply can't. This is something I tell people frequently. You need to always maintain your position as the driver in the seat of Claude Code. Otherwise, Claude Code will try and control you and say, you need to go do this, 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 this. But at the end of the day, you have to be the developer in charge. You're the one who's employing Claude Code. Claude is not employing you. Otherwise, you'll be manipulated and taken advantage of by Claude Code. It's happened to me if you don't know what you're doing. And that's also another reason why you should know the underlying information on how these agents are built, because you can spot when Claude Code makes mistakes. You can also fix those mistakes, and you can improve the underlying Claude model, which again needs to be improved. It's not good out of the box. So hopefully those are good reasons and motivation for you to learn how to actually build these voice agents yourself rather than try and think you can get away with relying on just Claude Code. All right, and so now it's going through here. I said I made some edits. It found the edits, which is good. I'll preserve those. And now it's going to begin pulling and adding the fine-tune examples. We'll see how long it takes. It's already burned through about 7,000 tokens. But this is the iterative process I tend to undergo in with Claude Code, where I'll give it an idea for things I want fixed, and it will just go and fix it. But I'm still maintaining myself as the person in charge of carrying out those directives. All right, here we go. It's finished and published. Summary of what changed on top of our dashboard. It left alone, and it converted this to a global node. So let's check if it did the fine-tuning. Now, what you have to do is refresh it, because once Claude Code updates, you have to make sure that you're on the same page with Claude Code's update. It's just the way it works. So let's see. Okay. Let's go through it. Did it add fine-tuning examples to these? Let's see. Okay, good. It made this a global node. That's very good. And it added fine-tuning examples. That's great. Monday through Friday. Fine-tune the transition. That's great. Okay. Now, what other fine-tuning examples did it do? Let's see. What about this one? This is a big one. Oh, yes, it did. Let's see if it did them correctly. How can I help you today? Do you guys handle estate planning? And then it goes answer FAQ. Good. Let's see how it does this one. Business hours, good. So it's showing me business hours, all the different fine-tuning transitions to various nodes. I'm a reporter with KH and I'd like to comment on the Pearson case. Okay, press inquiry, take a message. This is great. It's given all the fine-tuning examples, and this is wonderful. And what's so cool about using fine-tuning examples with Claude Code is it can actually take the live caller data once you've deployed this agent and use that to build even more fine-tuning examples to further refine the assistant and make it more accurate. That's why live training data is some of the richest training data you can get. Okay, good. It's made this a global node. It added the fine-tuning. The last step was I just wanted it to fix the prompting. So let's see. Good. It fixed the prompting on this. This is the moment right before the intake questions. You're acknowledging what they shared, steps, how it should sound. Very good. So while everything looks good on the surface, obviously we have to make sure by testing. So we'll test the major flows right now. And then after we've done a few tests, we'll go ahead and wire up the automations that Claude Code will build for us for this agent. All right, let's run some tests here. Now keep in mind, because we're not, yes, this is the thing. We're not sending over the live lookup caller information from a real function yet, so we need to simulate that functionality first. So in order to test this assistant, we need to use custom function mocking because, of course, we're not wiring up these functions just yet, but we want to test the voice agent functionality. So what I'll do is go over here to testing the agent. Instead of adding a custom function mock, I'll just use a dynamic variable and put in the client first name as Mark, because all I'm testing for is if the caller name exists or not. I'll hit save, and let's try it. All right, it's not going through just yet. Client first name. Oh, I put the wrong one. Let's put caller name. Excuse me. Save. Try it again. Publish it. And if I rerun, it should work now. All right, thanks for calling. I recognize this is tied to Mark. Is this correct? Perfect, it's working. How can I help you today? All right, well, yes, this is me, and I was just calling because I need to follow up. All right, so it's going to node transition, and it warm transferred successfully. That's perfect. It worked wonderfully. It even checked the business hours and went from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., which it actually is right now, so it worked. This little business hours logic worked perfect. Good. Next, let's try what happens if it does not recognize me. Just go into this, delete these variables, put in enter value, and restart it. All right. Hey, thanks for calling and recording tonight. How can I help you today? So it did not recognize me, and I'm just going to replace this. Say, yeah, I need to follow up on the case. See what it says. Okay, let me get you over the right team for your case. Can you tell me who you're trying to reach? Classify new caller intent. Yeah, I'm trying to reach Mr. Santinelli. And then it does a warm transfer. All right, that's good. What about the other inquiries? What if we ask a general question? Let's say instead of following up on a case, how much do you guys charge? Something random. Yeah, our fee depends on the type of case. Are you calling about a personal injury? I'm calling about personal injury. I'm sorry, you're dealing with this. I'll get things sorted so an attorney can follow up. I just need to ask you about 10 questions. Oh. So I was asking how much it would cost, but it thought I was asking as a personal injury. And then it started onboarding me with those intake questions, which is okay, but I would have preferred if it, if I had a general question that it would take me to the general questions node. But let me see what the general question node actually helps with. So yeah, let's try what are your guys' hours instead. See if that one works better. What are your guys' hours? Yeah, our hours are Monday through Friday, 8 to 9 a.m. Is there anything else? What are your hours on Sunday? Will it take me to the global node? It does. That's very good. We're closed on Sundays. Our office is only open. Okay, well, I had a personal injury question. Now let's see where it goes. Okay, good. It takes me to the personal injury side. That's good. Not bad at all. Does it route back for the global node? Go back to previous node. No, it doesn't. I'm not going to configure that right now, but I would like that to be on. That is something that is very good in most cases. All right. So right now it seems to be following the instructions. What we need to stress test is how well it will ask the questions that it's prompted to ask. Say I'm in a personal injury matter, then it needs to ask me a set of compliance-heavy, long-listed questions. That's the kind of stuff that Conversational Flow does very well, like I said previously, and that's what I want to test. So I'll go and test this. We'll do a new conversation, or I'll just go up to the top and just say, hey, I'm calling about a personal injury, an accident. And now let's see. Sorry to hear that. Let me get you set up with someone. Good. I just ask a few questions. Yeah, it was a car accident. All right. And now it's going to go through it. Acknowledge what they said with one empathetic line. Sorry you're dealing with this. I'll walk you through about 10 questions so an attorney can follow up with you. Are you somewhere you can talk for a few minutes? Yes. That's good that it asked that. All right, can I get your full legal name? Mark Tomlet. Thanks, Mark. When did the incident happen? It was May 11th at around 11 a.m. So it's asking the structured questions. Can I get your full legal name? When did the incident happen? Let's just make sure it's going through this. Was this a car accident? Where did it happen? I need the city, state, zip code. If you're not sure of the zip, just let me know. Yeah, it happened around the turnpike on Virginia Beach. All right. Thanks, Mark. Do you happen to know that? It's like 23484. So it's asking all the structured questions. So just so you know, our firm is only licensed in Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma. This is very good. It checked the dynamic variables. So if we go back here, notice it extracted very quickly the dynamic variables, checked that the jurisdiction was outside of the service area. Here, jurisdiction, else, and it sent me a different place, which that's very good. So that all happened deterministically. As you can see, I'm not using an LLM. I'm only extracting exactly what the caller said and then doing a deterministic based routing with this extract variable and logic split node. It's very powerful. Good to know. So let's instead try something else. And let's say, instead of Virginia Beach, we'll say on Texas. Let's see what it says now. Do you happen to know the city and zip code? I forget the zip code, but it's like Houston. All right. All right, Mark, can you tell me what injuries you have and if any of them are still bothering you? Yeah, like I'm in the hospital bed right now, bro. All right. Mark, can you tell me what specific injuries you have? It just repeated itself. It's okay, but it's not. I mean, when someone's calling a personal injury case like this, they don't care about it being dry, I guess, but could be better. Yeah, they're bothering me. I literally feel like I'm dying. My neck hurts really bad. Okay. Sounds tough. What kind of medical treatments? Just went to the emergency room, that's it. Is it supposed to ask this question? See, there's so many questions to keep track of. Yes. What kind of medical treatments? What police report? Good. I don't have the police report on file, but yes, they reported it. And then it should ask, are you currently represented by another attorney? Last question. No, I am not. Good. So it's asking all of the questions. This is something that it's doing reliably well. No, I'm not. It's extracting the dynamic variables, and then because I'm not represented by another attorney, it's logic split noting over here. Ask these two questions in order. Wait for them. Who is your auto or health insurance carrier? It's Geico. Geico. Is the number you're calling from... Thanks, Geico. Is the number you're calling from the best one to reach you? Or is there another one? Yes, that one's fine. So it's using that number. Could you spell out your email for me? I'll repeat it back to make sure I have it right. It's mark15@gmail.com. It's going through the entire flow. So your email is mark@gmail.com. Notice it's using these dashes, and so I can tell for sure that it's spelling it out. I normally, as a rule of thumb, don't do any audio-based testing, even for something like this, until I've completely built everything out on a text basis. Otherwise, it's a waste of time to try and optimize everything over audio before all of the information is stress tested over text. You're going to spend a lot more money in general trying to test over audio, and it's going to take a lot more time. And so is there a time and day that works best? Yeah, could you call me back tomorrow at noon, please? So it's taking in that information. Okay, so I have you down as Mark Tom. It's confirming all the information. You're currently in neck pain. You'd like a call back at noon. Did I get all that right? No, you didn't. See what it says. You're in a car and your best contact number. What did I miss or get wrong? It's giving a long spiel. It's okay, but I'd prefer to be a little bit more concise. And we can fix that if we want. You guys know how. It's actually fine. Don't worry. It's good. Now let's see what happens. And it warm transfers to the attorney. Very, very good. Now, if the warm transfer fails, we can simulate that by going over here to test agent custom mock functions. Simulate warm transfer to intake attorney. We could just say failed, select, save, and rerun this and see what happens. There we go. The tool result failed. Our office is closed right now, but I've got everything down, and an attorney will reach out within 1 business day if anything urgent comes up before then. You can leave a message on our main line. Take care, and we'll talk to you soon. This is great. Except, okay, thanks. It should end the call. That's a little bit awkward. It's waiting for the caller to say goodbye. So I can fix that. Our office is currently closed right now, but I've got everything down. If anything urgent comes up before you leave, you can take a message. Take care, and we'll talk to you soon. I just prefer to say the only difference is there anything else I can help you with? That's just common courtesy. American customer support standards, they kind of set the standard for the rest of the world, except for Japanese. Japanese are really good. I would 100% of the time say, is there anything else I can help you with? It's just very courteous. It's the way to go for most of these voice agents. All right, so referral message. Let's go back here. I'll just clone this one, duplicate, bring it over, delete, and we'll just say, is there anything else I can help you with? Good. Delete this one after user, okay, leave a message or phone. Actually, why don't I just put this all into one? Is there anything else I can help you with? Static sentence clear. And we'll set this to, instead of it being this way, if caller no longer needs further assistance, caller no longer needs further assistance, we will just transfer the call. End of call. Now, I want it to announce itself end after hours. Strange. It should have an end of call node somewhere because that cannot be the end of call node. And then the other one would just be caller needs further assistance. Those things are going to be fixed. We'd bring it back to the original agent node at the beginning. Okay, and then we'll just bring it to the FAQ node. Actually, let's bring it back to the classify new customer intent, because this is not a static sentence. You have to be careful when you're bringing something back from the end of the conversation to the front, because if you have a static sentence, it will just read the static sentence over again and ruin the entire persona of the agent, okay? End call after hours, talk while waiting. It should just say, have a great rest of your day. End call. Pretty simple, but it should always say something like this. All right. Now, this is pretty much it. For the agent, there's a few other call transfers going on, but on this front, of course, if we were to take this to full development and production, we would continue to test it, test every single node flow. And we are going to continue to test it, but for the sake of time, what I want to now do is build out the automation that checks new or returning customer. And then also there's another automation I want to show you, which is how to just send an email during the call. They think this is something that's very helpful to know at any point when you're building these voice agents anyway. So it'll give you two concrete examples of building automations with Conversational Flow and Claude Code together. The last thing we'll do right before that, though, is just go over the global prompt. If you notice, Claude Code build out this global prompt. Chances are I'll probably have to edit or heavily modify it, but it's a good starting point. So it's put in this information. You are an automated assistant. Never give legal advice. That's good. We don't need to put in automated assistant, but I do like never give legal advice. Never volunteer information unless explicitly asked. If the caller is already represented by another attorney, exit the intake immediately. Never transfer to an attorney's cell phone. Transfers go. It doesn't need to say that because we already know all of the transfers we've set up are wired directly to paralegals, not attorney cell phones. After 5 p.m. Central on weekdays and all-day weekends, never attempt a live transfer, take a message, and promise a one. We also don't need to do this. See, notice I'm cutting out anything that's fluff, that's going to burn me tokens and necessarily clunk up the model, because we've already deterministically controlled exactly when it transfers during business hours or not. So saying that repetitively, needlessly, just only costs me tokens and doesn't help me at all. Business hours, that's okay. I'll leave that in there. I want it to have the current time. And then it gives it its role, personality, keep responses short, 1 to 2 sentences, bit, okay. Some knowledge-based information, speech normalization, how to spell out email. Ooh. We don't really need this because all of the email collection nodes all have it, so we'll delete it, but that's okay. Hold on. If the caller says hold on or 1 second, reply exactly, no response needed. This is a good one because it will always tell the LLM just to be quiet. This is a Retell specific code that forces the LLM to go silent when someone says hold on. Otherwise, the LLM will just keep talking and it sounds unrealistic. How are you handler? If the caller asks, how are you? Just say, I'm doing all right. Do not engage abusive people, languages, and then some other information in here. Never skip a question. Yeah, a lot of this, always open the AI disclosure and recording notice on every call. Delete that. Because why? We already have a static sentence saying to do that, okay? Never give legal advice. We've already said not to do this. Never quote a specific statute. Never transfer to an attorney cell. I don't have the power to do that. Don't try a live transfer outside of business hours. It literally can't. Never skip a question to 10-order intake. It already knows this. If the caller is rude, abusive, that's okay. If the caller asks to speak to a person, do that. Okay, that's fine. If a tool call fails, apologize, take a callback number. It already is mapped out. We don't have to write that out. So cutting out all the fat is very important. Another way to cut out fat is to add the unnecessary prompts here in the agent handbook. You can remove them completely. So notice there's a lot of prompts. I do like some of them, don't get me wrong, but most of the time I have them off because I like to control exactly what's going into my agent. Here, this gives me an overview, but it doesn't show me the exact prompt. So professional, rep, personality, natural filler words. I like these. High empathy, accuracy, and format. I don't want the native phonetic alphabet, so I'll turn it off. Speech normalization. We already have this in our prompt, so notice if I didn't check this, we'd be burning 450 tokens extra. And remember, I already had speech normalization. This is unnecessary then. Turn this off. Smart matching. This is new. Avoids treating the same thing as different. For example, matches near variants. Megan Street. It doesn't create a new persona place. We don't need that though right now. Trust and safety. More reliable, lower risk. For example, stays within your prompt. Available tools. I'm going to turn this off. AI disclosure. We don't need that. We already have it. And echo verification. Fewer mistakes. For example, repeats names, phone numbers, email, and asks a quick yes or no confirmation. This is good. Don't get me wrong. You should use this. But since I've already prompted it out, I'm going to turn it off. I already have it native in my prompt. No need in being redundant again. It only hurts me. So I'll publish what I have so far. I'm liking it. I think it's pretty good. Now we need to build out those automations. Okay, so the first step in building out any automation with Claude Code in general is you typically want to go into plan mode. So in a nutshell, plan mode, if you're unfamiliar, is just a way to get Claude Code to practice or plan or ideate all of the ways that it could build out your automation before it actually does it. So it burns more tokens up front with the hope that it will save you tokens down the road that you otherwise would have wasted in trying to figure out where to go. So I'll switch into plan mode by going Shift Tab, plan mode on, and I'll just tell it, look, I need you to build, actually, here's the thing. I'm going to say something else. I've already given it so much context in this session. It knows the agent we're building. It knows everything about the legal intake. It knows about the conversational flow directory, that to go and create a whole new session might actually be more effort than it's worth. So instead, I might go against my own rule here and not use plan mode and just go directly into my session and tell it what I want to create, because it'll have all that context to make it all quicker. So we'll try that. All right, so I need you to create the automation for the lookup roster if the caller name exists or not. You already have access to all of this inside of the agent, but I'd like you to build this automation, number one, on Modal and host it. And obviously we don't have live caller data, but I want the automation to actually work to simulate a CRM or something of the sort. So I'm going to give you a phone number here that if it returns this phone number, it should tie to my name actually. So you're building like an automation that simulates a CRM, so to speak. So if you didn't catch what I just said, what I'm doing is I'm going to go over to my phone numbers, grab it, and I'm telling it that I want it to recognize my phone number tied to my name, Mark Tomlet. But more importantly, I'm telling Claude Code, I'm not actually building this for a real client. If I were, I'd be building a real automation that would connect my agent to the client's CRM. And it would simply take the phone number, send it to the CRM, and try and return a name from it. Instead, since we don't have a CRM, I'm going to have Claude Code just simulate a CRM by building an automation that does exactly the same thing, functions the same way, just without the actual CRM part. The second portion of this is we're using Modal. Now, if you're up to speed with Claude Code, or if you're not, it's okay. Modal is simply a code hosting platform. It's serverless, so it's think any10 or make.com, except there's no visual UI because Claude Code just hard codes everything into the pure, rich JavaScript and Python. Modal is this right here, modal.com. And I like using them as opposed to Render or Railway because you only pay for what you use. It scales from 0. So as opposed to Railway, if I'm paying $5 every month for a server and I'm not using it, then that's a waste. But Modal, I only pay for what I use, and that's why it's serverless. So I'll log into my Modal account, and I'm going to give it my Modal API key so that I can actually host all this information directly in Modal. And this is how I mean, you could see I build a lot of automations here. It actually, wow, there it is. It already has my Modal API key, I guess, because it's already started building it. And there it is. It's not done that fast, is it? Okay, it says it's live and working. Oh my goodness. That was way faster. Oh my, Claude's getting ahead of me, guys. So what just happened is it's built out the automation for me in Modal. Please do not get lost here. It's built it out. And then after it's built the automation, here's what it's going to do. Modal automation. It already has access, right, to the Retell AI agent since it's literally the architect of the agent. And so step 2 is it's going to connect the Modal automation to Retell all on its own. Could we do this ourselves? Absolutely. Do I want to do this? Absolutely not. But if we were to do this ourselves, we would just wire it up the same way we normally do. If we were to go to a function here, you know, inside of Retell, we'd go create a new function like this, add custom function, and we put in the link to our Modal automation. But because Claude Code has access to my Retell account, it's just going to wire up the automation itself. Okay, and then the third final step, and the coolest is, it'll connect Modal to Retell. I've wanted it now to connect it to Modal and then test it directly. So if you're following me, it will build the Modal automation, connect the Modal automation to Retell via wiring it up in the function, and lastly, test Retell directly to see if it's correctly calling the function that it made in Modal. So it's testing not only the automation, but also our Retell AI agent at the same time and making sure that the automation is complete, the connection is complete, and the test is working well. How crazy is that? That just eliminated 3 gigantic steps that easily could have taken me 3 hours to do on my own, depending on the complexity. Gone to like what now? 2 seconds. It's just unbelievable to think. So right now we're currently at the step of connecting Modal to Retell. Let's see what Claude Code has done for us. Oh my goodness. Deployed successfully Retell's API. My local validator caught 2 things, made a duplicate node, and it's connected, it's saying, to Retell AI. It even made a few extra real CRM clients to simulate. And it says my number is returning true and it's working. So let's see. Let's go ahead and check the tool. Okay, so notice it's wired up the function here inside of Retell AI. And it's even stored all these data variables as fields. It's written everything out and it's connecting to our Modal automation, which is super cool. And so we can actually give it a call and see how it works. But keep in mind, the better way to do this is not to use a function at all in the call for recognizing new versus returning customers. It's better to do an inbound webhook. So I'm going to show you how to do that in just a second using the same automation. We're just going to wire it up in a different place. Okay, an inbound webhook, if you're unfamiliar, it's just a simple way to run the function before the caller actually picks up. That way there's no delay to run the function immediately here, like we're doing on the call. Very impressive. The final step is, like I said, it has not tested it directly. Now it can, but I'm going to teach you how to get Claude Code to test your voice agents directly. So before we actually get into that, I just want to see if it is working. So we've done step 2, but we have not done step 3. Okay, so let's go ahead and just see if we can get this thing working. I'm going to call it myself and test it. And if it doesn't work, then we'll see if we can troubleshoot with Claude Code. All right, so here it goes.
Thanks for calling Whitestone and Brennan. This is Amy on a recorded line. How can I help you today?
Okay, number 1, it didn't work. And number 2, the voice sounds pretty slow and weird. We'll have to fix that. But now let's ask Claude Code why it didn't work. Okay, so let's just say, all right, you wired up the function, but it's not working for some reason. Maybe go and check Retell AI's documentation on how to format phone numbers, E.164 format, because it should be taking my number at the start of the conversation and passing that over in the function. So please update the function or update the automation to see what's not working. And I'll give it my phone number again. It should have it, but then I'll say to it, for even bonus points, let me take my call that I just placed and give it to Claude so it can see what went wrong and see if it can fix it. So I'll go over here and press caller ID, copy that, bring it back and say, also look at this call where I just called in with my phone number where it should have recognized me and it didn't, and see what went wrong. Troubleshoot until it's fixed. And then test it yourself the same way that Retell AI would test it. I'm not saying test it through calling the Retell AI agent. To be clear, I'm saying try and simulate the payload that Retell AI is sending over so that you can test it as if you are Retell AI. Now it's pulling the call information, figuring out what modal logs went wrong, and seeing if the issue is on Modal's side or if it resides in Retell AI's side or somewhere in between. This is why Claude Code is so good at troubleshooting. All right. Once this is taken care of, we will then convert it into a full inbound webhook. And then from there, we'll test it directly. And I'll show you how to test these agents. All right. It's saying found it. The actual from number was this, but the LLM passed the wrong number to the lookup tool. Ah, the LLM was passing the wrong number. Oh, actually, I know what it's doing wrong. Yes, it should be user number. So it was using the wrong dynamic variable to pass the caller's number. It was using from number when it should be user number. That is the correct one Retell AI identifies as my actual phone number. And now let's see if it works. Okay. fixing now, and replacing in node instructions. Now it's saying it is publishing the flow changes directly to Retell, and it found exactly how Modal is taking in the phone number correctly. All right. Now I'll go ahead and test it. It seems to be done. We'll call it again and see if it recognizes me this time.
Thanks for calling Whitestone, and Brennan, this is Amy on a recorded line. How can I help you today?
Guess it's not working. That's interesting. Maybe we'll try and see why. Let's go back over to the call history, see what's going on here. Tool result, null, from number. It's still looking up the wrong number here. Okay, that's a problem. Let's go in and check why it's looking up the wrong number. See if we can even fix it ourselves. So looking up caller by wrong number. You always pass user number, the inbound call's actual number. Okay, required. Interesting. So I'm going to put it into the description. User number. Always use user number. This is the correct one it should be passing. That way it'll work. Let's hit update, save, publish, and see if it gets working now. Okay, call it again.
Thanks for calling Whitestone, and Brennan, this is Amy on a recorded line. How can I help you today?
Still not working. Wonder what's going on here. Call history. Let's check it again. See what's going wrong. To result. It's only sending the from number. It should not be sending the... Weird. Well, let's try and troubleshoot this. Person name. Lookup caller. Doesn't seem to be sending over correctly. And form from number required. It should send this over and then respond, but it's not doing that. I wonder why. Okay, always pass user number, the inbound caller's actual phone number as the form. Return whether they are known. It doesn't need to say that. Let's see. That's what it should be invoking. Let's just test it at the beginning of the conversation. From number. Why don't I just try pushing the custom function dynamic variable? I'll put in my user number here and then see if it's sending it over correctly. I'll put it in E.164 format and see how it looks. Save. Refresh it. Maybe I'll try a new one. Sometimes the refresh doesn't work. And let's see if it works. Still didn't work. Oh, but it did return. It did return Mark. It just went to the wrong one. So it did return Mark in this one. Look at that. Is returning Mark, last name, Tomlet, assigned attorney. So it sent back all the information. It just, oh, that's all. Look at the lookup by caller. We need to change that to, notice, it's set to caller name. It should be first name. Let's change this to first name. First name exists. And then set this to first name does not exist. Publish. Now let's try it again. replay the chat. It was just an incorrect. Why did it? Okay, let me fix that. I don't know why it changed there. First name. I'll refresh it, see if that's the issue. Okay, first name exists. Let me test the agent again. It's in the correct place. Sending over the dynamic information. And it should be passing it over correctly. First name. But it's still not passing it over. Why is it not passing it over? New node, lookup caller. Thanks for calling. First name. Am I spelling something wrong? Wild. Test the agent. Lookup caller. First name, last name. So notice we have the first name coming through. We're testing whether it exists or not. We have the transition marking it correctly. So I have no idea why it's not transitioning properly to the correct node. First name exists. So why is it not? Oh, maybe it is going to the first name. Maybe I just don't have it referencing the dynamic variable over here. Let's try that. First name. Let's try that. That might be the problem, people. Test. Okay. See if it restarts. Still not doing it. Don't know what's going on with this one. Not sure. Maybe, so we know the dynamic variable is coming through correctly. The function is working correctly. Maybe it's just the way that it's being referenced in Retell that's weird. Store data variables as fields. This is what's throwing it off, because first name, client first name is going to first name, and I don't think that's right. Yeah, name a dynamic variable. Path to the dynamic variable. Nope. I don't want that. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete all of these because I want it straight to the first name. I'll hit save. Let's try this again. Publish. And we'll refresh it. It's passing. It's sending it over, but it's not passing over the first name like it should. So, oh, it didn't save it. Why didn't it save it? Delete these, please. Thank you. Cannot update. Refresh. All right, let's test it again. See if it's working. Not working. Strange. We've tried pretty much everything here. First name, and it's not recognizing them for some weird reason. It's not coming through. It's not passing the dynamic variables through correctly, and this is the problem that is making this difficult. So I could try put first name. Maybe the dynamic variable needs to be referenced. First name, update. Save it and see if that way it references the dynamic variable. I'm not sure it will work, but we'll have to try it. Okay. Test the agent again. Ah, it worked. Thanks for calling law firm. This is Grace. I recognize your phone number is tied to Mark. Is this correct? It worked. That's wonderful. Now, that's satisfying. The reason it worked is because, let's get this straight. The dynamic, okay, it's not showing up, but it was there. It is there. It's just glitching. I was mapping the dynamic variable, as you saw, incorrectly. So I needed to map the return from Retell AI. So as you imagine, this function is returning all of this, a string of text. But this text bears no weight to Retell AI unless it actually maps to a particular variable. And so I just had to map those variables to, in this case, first name. And now it's working. That took a little bit longer than I expected, but now I know the secret sauce, and I can apply that as I go through this for the rest of the agent. So if I call the assistant now, it should recognize me from my phone number. Hello?
Thanks for calling law firm. This is Grace. I recognize your phone number is tied to Mark. Is this correct? And how
Yes.
can I help you today?
Beautiful. So it's working. That's really, really good to see. Now, the only thing that I want to change is notice how there's like this brief pause at the beginning of the conversation. That's the time between when it initiates the function and finishes the function as it's looking up the call. That's not going to fly. I need it to happen at the beginning of the call. So I'm just going to convert this function into a full inbound webhook. So I'll say, since I made a lot of changes, I figured out the issue. Go check out the latest version of the agent and all of my settings that I just published. Make sure you pull from that and learn from it. And then convert the lookup function to no longer be a lookup function. Just keep it converted into a logic split node, and instead make the lookup function a complete inbound webhook at the beginning of the conversation that just always fires. And then take the phone number that the agent is currently connected to and put the inbound webhook in that phone number from Modal. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're doing a few things here. First of all I'm doing is I'm taking the function that I've just made, and I want to make myself very clear, this is nothing crazy. I'm just taking this function and I want to convert it into an inbound webhook at the beginning of the conversation. So what that means is Retell AI gives me a phone number, +1 digit. Next to that phone number, I can put in a URL, and that URL can be triggered as my, say, Whitestone Modal URL, okay? So that means that every single time the phone rings, it will send a ping request to this URL and just say, hey, knock, knock, anyone there? And if Modal responds, then it will answer the phone. So Modal's response is the condition by which the phone is picked up or not. If Modal does not answer, the phone does not pick up. And oftentimes, if you've ever tested this, sometimes the agent will sound like it's ringing for an extra period of time, and that entire time it's ringing, like a human's phone would normally ring, it's actually just looking up that inbound webhook here at the beginning. That's all that's going on. So if it answers yes, it returns, oh, well, in this URL, it sends this information over to Modal, and it returns the client's information. So it will send over just my phone number, phone, and then from my phone number, it will recognize, oh, yeah, Mark's phone number is tied to his name, Mark. And then it will store this name as a dynamic variable inside of here at the front end of the conversation. And so that dynamic variable is what you're seeing here, right? If first name exists or not. So essentially, I'm just moving this function from happening at the beginning of the call to happening as the call is ringing, as the phone number is ringing. And that's what Claude Code is doing right now. So let's see how it's going. It's checking it. And it's checking the webhook. Good. We'll check in when it's done. Oh, and it's done. All wired up. That was fast. Now it pulled from my latest agent. It renamed. It took everything that I fixed, and it's using that now, so it understood how to do this correctly. And now it's made a new modal endpoint, a webhook for inbound calls. And so now when I call in, it should just send this information back. You'll see what that looks like in just a second. Node caller lookup converted from function branch logic split. Verified end-to-end, inbound webhook returns Mark's record. So let's go ahead and test it. I don't know. It's sometimes hard to know if Claude's actually done its job. You have to trust but verify. So I'll refresh, first see if it's using the lookup function. And it is. Look at that. It changed from purple to blue. It's now a lookup function. Is returning client equal to true? If it is, then it goes here. If not, then here. Is returning client is just a dynamic variable. And if we go over to my phone number section over here, here's the phone number section. I'm not showing everything in this account, but here we have the agent, and inside of Retell AI on the phone number section, we have this inbound webhook that is now set to my Modal automation that it's running. And we'll go ahead and verify. So I'll call it right now and see if it passes through the information. Right?
Thanks for calling law firm. This is Grace. I recognize your phone number is tied to Mark. Is this correct? And
So it worked. And number two, notice how quick it was in recognizing me. It didn't have to wait to go through that function. It just went straight to my name. That's why we want an inbound webhook. It's just going to be a lot more efficient and better on the front end. Less moving parts on the call is always a better approach. Now we've built out a full automation on Modal. To further solidify this point before we begin testing the agent, I do want to build a second automation. This one will be even easier and probably more practical for you if you're newer to this. It's just going to be building an email sender automation. And so what we'll do is go back over to terminal, and I want to use this email sender in case any of the transfers fail for whatever reason. I want the agent to be able to send an email in that case to the front desk. So I'm going to say, okay, now there's a second automation I want you to build is a beautifully fully formatted HTML email sender automation that just informs the front desk for whatever reason that the caller has the transfer failed or the transfer did not go through. And if that happens, then you need to include in the email extracting from the call exactly what the caller's request initially was. Okay. There are many ways we could do this. We could do this at the end of the call. We could do this. We could choose how we want to do this. We could either do this as an end of call function. So I could go directly here inside of this agent and go down to the bottom and go to post call data extraction, webhook settings, agent level webhook URL. And I could send this all to an automation that handles everything after the call. In general, if you can handle the automation information after the call, then do it after the call, since if you can offload some of that weight from the receptionist during the call, that's always going to be a better approach. But if you have to do it during the call, then you'd set it up with a function. Now, I think in this case, if the call transfer fails, I could choose to do this either off or during the call. But because I want to do something off the call, since we already did a function that's during the call and right before the call, why don't we do something right after the call? So in order to do that, I'm just going to say, actually, I don't want this to be a function during the call. I want this to be an end of call function. So every single call will go through this function. Most of the time, it will not matter. But under the post call data extraction, we can select an optional. Wow, look at all the post call data extraction that it populated here. That's really crazy. I forgot to check that. So under that post call data extraction, you could add something like transfer failed for whatever reason. And if the transfer fails, then we would send an email to the front desk. So handle this all after the call in a Modal automation that makes a beautiful email to the front desk. I'll give you my email here to send it to. I'm going to say that the front desk email is techtomlet@gmail.com. Okay, so the only piece in this is just that it needs my email account in order to send the emails automatically. So if you're using Gmail, this is incredibly simple. All you have to do is go over to app passwords. So there's a special app you can use here. Let me try and find it. So I found the URL. I'll link it below for you, but you can grab this URL and all you need to do is sign in, and I'll do this real quick. And once you've logged into your Google account, you'll go to this app password section, create an app password, copy it, and as soon as you copy it, Claude now has full access to your Gmail and it can send and receive emails for you. It's that simple. SMTP, all taken care of. So I'll hit send. I've already given it this information, so it should take care of it. And so now what it's going to do is create an automation that happens after the call that checks whether the call was successful or not in its call transfers. If any of them failed, then it will triage those failures and send an email accordingly to the front desk. But the cool thing is when you use Claude Code to build out an automation like this, it can beautifully format the HTML email in a way that you simply could never imagine with Make.com or N8N. All right, let's see when it's done here. All right, and now it's saying done. email should already be sitting in your techtomlet@gmail.com from a test it just ran, which is very cool. And everything looks good. I'm going to go ahead and check my inbox. Well, actually, let me test it directly to see if it's working. I'm going to refresh. I believe that it already sent the email because it's normally that good, but I need to make sure that the post-call analysis settings have been set up correctly and that everything looks good here. Okay, so transfer failed. That's good. Transfer failed reason. If the transfer failed, it's putting in this information. That's good. So that way, and then we'll just check the webhook settings. Yes, it's connected to my webhook inside of Modal that it just created. And now at the end of every single call, it will send over information, the call summary, the transcript, the recording, etc., to this webhook that we can do all sorts of fun things with in terms of processing that data. So I'll go ahead and call it. I'll try and get the transfer to fail. Let me see if I can intentionally provoke it to fail. So warm transfer to paralegal. Let's say that, yeah, it's a random number, so it's not going to work probably. And that should be good. So let's just go ahead and see if it works. And we'll check the email directly.
Thanks for calling law firm. This is Grace. I recognize your phone number is tied to Mark. Is this correct? And how can I help you today?
Hey, that's correct, but I need to ask you, I need you
Right.
to tell me if you can help me with a personal injury thing.
Looks like they're on another call right now, so I'll make sure someone gets back to you within one business day. Is this number 757-524-0010 the best one to reach you?
Yes, that's fine.
All right. Have a great rest of your day.
All right, now I should be getting an email. I saw the test one had come through, but if I check here, it should process that information and be sending it over as a test. I'll maybe refresh my inbox and look, there it goes. Needs a follow-up. It even formatted it in the beautiful HTML like I asked it to, which I think is so cool. Puts in the caller information, my phone number, 46-second long call, what they wanted. I wanted personal injury help, transcript, view the full call in Retell, call ID, literally everything I'd want to know, and even put in the name as W receptionist. That is really cool. It named itself. I don't even know how I did that. Anyway, that's fantastic. I'm very impressed. This is the way that you can set up these automations with Claude Code. We've built out 2 full ones, I guess technically 3 with the inbound webhook as well. All of this is super powerful. So far, to recap, we've covered your introduction to Claude Code, how to develop production-grade voice agents with Claude Code, how to give Claude Code conversational flow ability, design flow wireframe like we did for this production-grade agent, for this law firm. We've iterated that law firm agent. You've got to see the exact process I use to iterate my own agents when I'm using conversational flow with Claude Code, but then also building it myself manually. It's a back and forth, and that tension is what matters. Create automations with Claude Code. We created not just 1, not just 2, but 3 full automations with Claude Code. We looked up the caller. We did a full inbound webhook, and we also made both an after call function, post call analysis, and a during call function. So we did at the beginning of the call, after the call, and during the call functions, all powered by Claude Code. And then my favorite part is it just Claude Code built the automations, wired the automations directly to Retell AI. And now the final step, the missing piece in the puzzle, is having Claude Code test your conversational flow agent directly. And this is probably one of my favorite features that we can now do via API. And it's similar to the other ways that we set up Claude Code to build production agents. Out of the box, these agents, Claude Code, do not know how to build or test conversational flow agents, but with the right training and the right context, they can be incredible at it like you've seen today. And so while I absolutely have my conversational flow skill inside of my community, my testing skill is completely free and available below. So if you want to get access to that, you can go right over here to my Voice AI Starter Kit. It's available below, and it has a few different documentations that you can feed into Claude with all the Retell API references, some prompt writing rules, but most importantly, this testing and refinement SOP. Now, I've codified this into a skill, and so what happens is when I say I want to test this agent, a few things happen under the hood. You know how we were doing manual chat testing and testing it directly? Well, instead of me having to do that myself, essentially Claude Code will do that for me. And it gets even better than this. Instead of me having to do this myself, I can also have Claude Code do simulation testing. I didn't show this in today's video because I don't use it as much, but it's still very powerful. Claude Code can import, test entire scenarios, hundreds of these all on its own, so I don't have to prompt a single one of them. That's always been the main hurdle with getting simulation tests to work. It's a lot of work to do on your own. Okay, so that's the last step. We need to test them. Now, there's a few things you need to understand. When you use my directory, the way mine is set up, I found that for some reason, Retell AI's documentation, they do not allow for direct API testing to voice agents. This is a voice agent, okay? But what they do allow for direct API testing is to text agents. And so if you're thinking what I'm thinking, what I've done with my API is autonomously convert my voice agents into chat or text-based assistants so that they can be accessible via API for testing purposes. We then test the text agents until we are done with all of our changes, update the text and voice agents, and then delete the text agents once we're done. So it's a little bit of a workaround, but that's what's happening under the hood. You don't have to worry about any of it. Claude Code takes care of literally everything. So I just go over here and I would hit convert to chat agent. I don't have to do it. Claude Code can do it on the back end. But what I do have to do, if I haven't already, is give Claude Code the agent that I'm going to be using. So I'm referencing this agent right here, agent ID, and I'll go over into my terminal and I say, okay, look, it's done a lot of stuff. It can test all of the major flows. It can test my automations directly. It can test the Retell AI automations and how they connect to one another because it has understanding for both. But what I'm most interested in testing when I test my conversational flow agents is not the stuff that I need to do manually, which is like the debugging functionality or making sure that it's actually following the prompt in certain places. What I like to have conversational flow be tested by in Claude Code is I like to have it test the major flows. Okay, so all of the major conversational points here, there's no reason why it can't. For some of the edge cases where it might be harder, I prefer to oversee that testing process, but maybe that's just me. So I'll go in over here and I'll say, now I want you to use my testing conversational flow skill, my voice agent testing skill, to test this agent directly, following all the major flows and transitions. In addition to that, you might be wondering, well, can I test the inbound webhook if we're only doing text-based testing? And the answer to that is absolutely, because remember I was doing an inbound webhook test with my actual phone number. Well, if I give Claude Code my phone number, it can test that inbound webhook so that it's returning information with my first or last name the exact same way a real caller would experience it. Okay, so you just have to tell it to do. Please also correctly simulate the dynamic variables by passing through my phone number to the automation, the inbound webhook, everything at the front end of the conversation. You can go figure out how to do that with Retell AI. So that way, when it's returning the information, my logic split node and everything else will work. So all I want you to do is test all of the major transitions, classify new caller intent, the 5 major ones, general questions, been hurt, billing questions, asked to speak with this person, and then the press media reporter. After you're done, I want you to share your findings with me. So I'm only asking it to do it once, but it's just going to test it. And what will happen is, like I said, it will go and spin up that conversational flow text agent, test that agent directly for all of these different transitions, and give me the results. It's now loading my skill for testing the Retell AI agent. So now it knows exactly what to do. Perfect. Now it's setting up the isolated agent and saving the IDs accordingly. Chat clone ready. And now it's firing off test 1, general FAQ. And what's happening is, and in addition to that, it's injecting Mark's caller variable to simulate the inbound webhook firing. And what's amazing about this is it's actually talking as Claude directly to my agent as if it was me. And we can see part of that conversation right now, even if it's a little bit awkward. Thanks for calling Whitestone and Brennan. I'm an automated assistant. This call may be recorded for quality training. How can I help you today? Okay, wait a second. The agent went straight to node greeting, not the node path. It might not be sending over the information correctly. So let's see if it's having trouble. It actually looks like it's calling an older version. So this is a good test. Sometimes this happens where it converts the chat agent, but it converts into an older chat agent. So sometimes I can help it. I'll delete this chat agent it just made, and I'm just going to help it out a little bit. I'm going to go and convert the chat agent myself because I know that this is the most up-to-date version. And then I'll press on it. And now I'm going to give that over to it. Okay, now I've converted the chat agent myself. You just go ahead and test my chat agent right here, okay? And I'm going to give the ID of this chat agent just like this, copy it. So notice there's no voice mode here. It's only testing the LLM. Because I know by looking at it that it's got everything the way I want, everything correctly, okay? So just test the chat agent directly. I know this is the correct one, and it will begin firing off the flows. The only thing about this is you have to stay disciplined with making sure once you've done all your tests and pushed all your changes, that it also updates the voice agent and not just the test chat agent. It has to open and update both. All right, so the first test is running. General question FAQ path, starting fresh chat with Mark's CRM vars injected, simulates the inbound webhook. This is amazing. It's sending over that information post call. All right, and let's see what happens. And it's doing it correctly. Look at that. Thanks for calling law firm. This is Grace. I recognize your phone number is tied to Mark. Is that correct? How can I help you today? Now let's see how it responds to that. Would it respond like I would? Oh, well, we can see directly. So test 1 is just the general test. It's also commenting as it's going through this. Normally, I won't even watch this entire process. I'll watch the first few tests to make sure it's testing it the way I would. But then after that, I'll let it take care of itself. So you'll see this is really my testing framework, and it's pretty simple. So right now what's happening is the agent is being tested by its 5 major flows by Claude Code, to recap. So to be abundantly clear, Claude will call the assistant as me, go through all of the nodes for each of those major transitions from start to finish, and try and identify any weaknesses, any errors, any inaccuracies within the agent. Once it's done completing that, this is what I call my first preliminary test. So this is the first round. We can do a few things. It will come back to me with all of the prompt changes needed in order to improve the agent if it finds them. I can either then read through it and then say, I like this, don't change that, like this, and then give that back to the agent in round 2 with our changes, and it can feed those changes, edit the prompt in round 2. So it'll go in here, fix and deploy, and then test this version. So that's what round 2 looks like. It's testing the changes and fixes from the first test. Then it will come back again with all of the changes and ideas and things that it needs to be fixed and inaccuracies from this run and present them again to me. So all of the changes needed. Okay, so this is the way I typically do it. I'll go through and let it just do all the testing for me and come back to me with the changes, but I'll still maintain that human connection, human in the loop, by making sure that I want it to change this thing or not change that thing, etc. We'll go through this about 5 or 6 times. There's really no limit to how many times this is needed. Maybe we'll do it 5 times, 10 times. The other way of doing this is we can have it do what it's doing right now, round 1. It comes back with all of its fixes, suggested fixes. And instead of us checking it out ourselves, review, we scratch this process. We don't review it at all. And we just go through the review process and let the agent review it itself. That kind of looks messy. I'm sorry. So we just say suggested fixes. Claude, you review all of the fixes. You fix it. Claude fixes it. And then Claude redeploys it. Deploy. and Claude does round 2 itself. And it will continue to go from round 2, round 3, round 4, and I can just tell it to just keep testing it itself until it's completely ironed out all of the things it's found in this entire testing, find, patch loop, you know? Right? So, I mean, if you think about it, it's testing, patching, kind of, you can make like an arrow, fix, and then it's testing again. So in short, it just depends on whether you want to be inside of this testing process or not. And what I find is as you get more comfortable using Claude Code, the less you want to be a part of this testing process, the more you want to just hand it off to the model. So this is the way I find myself using Claude more and more. But to be clear, the way that I think you'll start out is just by testing it yourself. I'm sorry, having Claude Code test it. You check it, approve the fixes, and then it tests again. Okay. Anyway, 2 different approaches, whatever fits you best. Let's see how it's going so far. All right. So it's giving me a summary and it's found some bugs. It did score 8 out of 10. All 5 intent resolved correctly. 1 consistently flow discipline is not working. But look, it's got test 1, test 2, test 3, billing, press media. It's very cool. And then the bugs that it found. It's giving me a check mark. And is saying that it's reading back everything correctly. But here's the more interesting part, what I care about, right? Bugs found. It says that it classified intent, asks a clarifying question about routing, even when intent is ambiguous. What happened? In test 2, test 3, test 5, the user's first message contained an obvious intent, car accident, invoice charge. The agent answered with a clarifying or data collection question and only transitioned to the right node on the user's next turn. Okay, so it's saying that it transitioned on the next turn when the caller already said at the very beginning explicitly, I'm calling in about XYZ. So it's an additional step that it's wasting. Example T2. I was in a car accident last Tuesday and my back is killing me. Agent, I'm sorry you're hurting. Let me get you the details. Can you tell me where the accident happened? Okay, so it's giving me some more examples why it matters. This adds unnecessary back and forth, extra friction, slows the call and classify intent mode, starts asking questions that belong to downstream nodes. So it's identified a clear bug here where the nodes at the beginning start trying to talk too much and ask questions that nodes further on in the conversation should be asking. And that's because whenever that happens, I just know this from experience, the transitions aren't clearly defined enough. So the root cause, the classify intent instruction says, if it's already obvious, route immediately, but the model is still hedging, the escalation ladder is not strong enough. So it's saying we need to fix this here. FAQs get answered, but never reach the node FAQ answer. Good. It's finding some things. Intake collected location before name. So it should have asked for the name before the location, and that's a problem. All right. So now it's saying here's the recommended fix. Now to show you just a part of what that iterative process looks like, because remember, right now we're at stage, it's tested it, and now we're at stage reviewing, but now I want Claude to fix it and test it again so you can see what that looks like. So now going back here, I'll just say, to keep things simple, fix only the first bug, please, where it's asking questions that should be asked only downstream, and it's misclassifying intent, etc. Redeploy it and test it again. Remember to update the text, the chat agent, not the voice agent yet. That last line is important. I'm saying update the text agent, not the voice agent, because right now, remember, we're only talking to the text agent. We're not talking to the voice agent. All right. And here it is right here. So let's see if it updates. And it's patching only that right now. And one of the reasons I do this is because if I can test the chat agent directly and not have to test my voice agent directly, then all of the things I experiment fix on with the chat agent, I don't have to push to the voice agent and potentially get wrong. So I can isolate this testing sandbox agent until it actually is working with all of its fixes. It adds an extra step, but especially when you already have voice agents that are deployed in the wild, the last thing you want to do is start pushing all these changes to them while live callers are calling in. So having a chat agent that's separate, callers aren't going to be interfacing with, that you can test different fixes on and see how they play out, is one of the strongest parts of this flow that I enjoy. And now it's saying chat agent updated, rerunning the 5 intent tests to now verify the fix. It's retesting, and it's asking. This is where the bug showed up. And I love how it's just talking to it directly in this chat ID. Let's see if it's eradicated the issue. All right, and here's the updated findings from its tests. All 5 paths re-verified, compiling. Bug 1 substantially fixed, minor cosmetic remnant. The way it talks is kind of funny. Bug 1 substantially fixed. This is great. See, it updated the agent and now is saying that most of the issue is gone, and I can read through it and see that it is. Can you give me your best callback number and email? This is what it used to do. Now it says, thank you for reaching out. I'll take your message and route it to our press box. Very good. So it's not asking questions it shouldn't be asking at the front end of the conversation. So I'd continue with this entire process until we eliminate all of the bugs, which can take a long time depending on the complexity of the agent, but that's just all that it takes in order to build out these production agents well. And now, of course, I think we could keep going. But I think I'll hit pause here because now you understand how to test conversational flow agents directly with Claude Code. We've covered a substantial amount of material in today's course. If you stuck with it to the end, congratulations, you've just completed a 4-hour course on conversational flow with Claude Code. We've covered how to build conversational flow agents manually and also powered by Claude Code, how to set up automations, functions, and if call tools, all with Claude Code. I've taught you everything I wish I had known when I was just starting out. If you got something out of this, consider joining my school community below where you'll learn how to build conversational flow agents for real businesses and sell them. Also, if you're a business interested in working with us, consider booking a call with us below. Also, give a like to the channel, subscribe. It really helps us grow. I appreciate you watching to the end. And as always, I'd love to just bless you as you go today. It might be new if you're a first-time viewer of my channel, but I actually pray for my audience at the end of my videos. So if you're comfortable with that, I'd love to just bless you as you go today. So Lord God, let's pray. Thank you, Jesus, so much for this day. Thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to make tutorials like this. And thank you for this viewer at the other end of the screen, Lord. I just pray that wherever they are, whatever they're doing, whatever they may be going through in their life, whatever circumstances they may be in, that you would touch them right where they're at, Lord Jesus, and that you'd use the material even in this video to help them learn and grow and to do good things in the world and not evil, Lord. And I pray, God, that you'd reveal yourself to them even as you've revealed yourself to me, God. And thank you for dying for our sins, Lord Jesus. And thank you that we get to have this gift of life to make videos about conversational flow agents and do cool things with technology. Pray for this person that you'd be with them. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. I appreciate you watching to the end of this tutorial. We'll see you all in the next one.